Chapter 459. Qing Wu. Chu Yang hugged this soft body tightly. His voice was almost hoarse. His heart trembled as he called out this name with a trembling voice. Qing Wu used all her strength to squeeze her petite head into Chu Yang's chest. She used all her strength to control herself so that she wouldn't cry out loud. However, her small mouth had already become extremely flat, and tears silently gushed out from her eyes. She was holding it in so much that she actually felt a little dizzy. Chu Yang felt that his clothes on his chest were quickly soaking. Then, the soaking area slowly and rapidly expanded. Qing Wu's body trembled slightly in his arms. However, she still didn't say a word. She clenched her teeth tightly. However, the two hands that were hugging him became more and more forceful. What kind of grievances had she suffered in this year? At this moment, she needed to vent the grievances in her heart. Chu Yang knew. Therefore, Chu Yang didn't ask anything now. If he asked, Qing Wu would only feel more uncomfortable. Just let her be in his arms. Just let her be in his arms and feel his feelings for her. Chu Yang quietly hugged her. He didn't speak. After a long time, Qing Wu's body trembled slightly. Then, it slowly calmed down. Her throat made a moaning sound. She coughed a few times in Chu Yang's arms. Chu Yang could feel Qing Wu's breath coming out of her small mouth. It made his skin feel a little hot. Qing Wu tried her best to lower her head. She finally moved her head away from Chu Yang's bosom a little, but she still held him tightly. She used her free hand to wipe her tears with extreme caution. Her movements were very light. It seemed that she was afraid that Chu Yang would find out what she was doing. She didn't want big brother Chu Yang to see her tears after being separated for more than a year. She wanted to be happy. She wanted to smile at brother Chu Yang. However, she couldn't help but cry. Tears of joy, tears of grievance, tears of sadness, tears of finally meeting again. She wiped hard. She wanted to wipe away her tears. Then, she raised her head and smiled at brother Chu Yang. Brother Chu Yang, I missed you so much. She wanted to show brother Chu Yang the happy smile that brother Chu Yang liked to see. She wanted to let this smile tell brother Chu Yang that she was fine. Because you finally came. No matter what happened, it was all good. It was the best. However, the more he wiped, the more tears he shed. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wipe them all away. She was a little flustered and hated herself. Why did she have to cry? Don't cry, little Wu. Brother Chu Yang is already here. Why are you still crying? You're safe. You're fine. With brother Chu Yang by your side, no one can hurt you. She tried hard to convince herself, but she couldn't stop herself from crying. In the end, she gave up and let her tears flow out. She sobbed and said, Brother Chu Yang, I'm sorry. I want to cry when I see you. Chu Yang gently stroked her long hair. He felt that his eyes were a little dry. He said, If you want to cry, then cry. Big brother Chu Yang will accompany you here. My light dance, regardless of crying or laughing, I like it. Everyone is happy. He hadn't even finished speaking when he heard a wah sound. Qing Wu opened her mouth and started to cry. She cried so hard that her heart was broken. Boo-hoo. Brother Chu Yang, I miss you so much. Boo-hoo. I dreamt of you that day. Boo-hoo. Qing Wu sobbed and cried. She used Chu Yang's clothes to wipe her tears. She poured her heart out at the same time. She couldn't remember anything now. The grievances that she had suffered had almost made her collapse several times. She had thrown them to the back of her mind. She only wanted brother Chu Yang to know how much she missed him. How much I yearned for brother Chu Yang's embrace. This is the only thing in the world that can make me feel at ease. Chu Yang held Qing Wu in his arms. He slowly walked a few steps and sat down on the armchair that Jun Shizhu had sat on. He let this delicate and small body kneel on his lap. He tenderly looked at Qing Wu as she sobbed and poured her heart out. Her rosy little mouth flattened. There was a look of grievance on her face. She was very careful. It seemed as if she was afraid that brother Chu Yang would get tired of her. Gradually, the careful look disappeared. What was left was only grievance and longing. Slowly, the grievance also disappeared. What was left was only longing. It seemed as if Qing Wu hadn't felt any grievance or pain in the past year or so. There was only longing. There was nothing else. Imo Qingwu lowered her head as she spoke. But she slowly began to gather the courage to raise her head and look at Chu Yang. Her eyes were brimming with tears. There was still grievance in the depths of her eyes. But it slowly began to flash with shyness and joy. Imo Qingwu's tears finally stopped. She looked at Chu Yang in a daze. Then she hugged Chu Yang's neck. Her face slowly turned red, and her eyes became swollen like peaches. She bit her lips and timidly asked, "Brother Chu Yang, do I look ugly now?" Chu Yang shook his head vigorously. "What are you talking about? My Qingwu is always the most beautiful at any time. Brother Chu Yang can't get enough of looking at you." Imo Qingwu felt relieved. She smiled. She gently stuck her face on Chu Yang's chest and said in a low and satisfied voice, "Brother Chu Yang, I'm very happy. I'm very happy." Then she closed her eyes and listened to Chu Yang's heartbeat. She felt the warm aura of Brother Chu Yang's body. She curled up in his arms like a soft kitten. The corners of her mouth exposed a trace of a touching smile. Her little mouth finally curled up in happiness. "I'm not afraid at all. I'm not flustered at all. I don't have to worry at all. I don't have to feel wronged at all. Brother Chu Yang is here. I don't have to worry about my things being taken away by others. I don't have to worry about being given away as a concubine. I don't have to worry about people looking down on me and abandoning me. Brother Chu Yang will protect me. Definitely. Everything is fine." Chu Yang's heart was peaceful and satisfied. Hugging this delicate little body, he seemed to feel that his life was finally complete. "Brother Chu Yang, I'm very happy." This sentence was also silently said in his heart. "Qingwu, I'm also very happy. I can feel that you're full of vitality in my arms. I'm very happy. I'm very happy." He thought of his previous life. Imo Qingwu weakly snuggled in his arms and said, "Chu Yang, I look better than the sword." Then he thought of today's sentence. "I'm very happy." Chu Yang instantly felt that his previous life and this life were gathered together. His mind was a mess. It was strange and variegated. It was as if at this moment he had returned to the purple bamboo forest of his previous life. Then he suddenly returned like a dream. Feeling the warm and soft body in his arms, Chu Yang suddenly felt a burst of satisfaction. He silently said, "Qingwu, if there is a next life, I will dance with you under the heavens. I'm satisfied. I will definitely dance with you. Dance with you under the heavens? I won't have any more regrets." He lovingly lowered his head to look and saw that Imo Qingwu was dressed in red. Her soft hair was draped over her shoulders, and the red cloud steel butterfly was flashing on her head. She didn't have any other accessories besides this butterfly. Her long eyelashes softly stuck to her eyelids. Like a tired butterfly, she began to stop. Stopping in this warm embrace, Imo Qingwu contentedly and happily sighed. She moved her arms that were a little sore from hugging Chu Yang. She changed her posture, squirmed a little, and hugged him tightly again. She didn't want to let go for a moment. "I wrote 2,000 words for 14 hours. I deleted more than 10,000 words. The only thing I'm satisfied with is these 2,000 words. When I typed the title Brother Chu Yang, I'm so happy. My heart suddenly turned sour, and tears started to fall out of my eyes. I'm very happy, because I wrote the feeling I wanted." Chapter 460. As the sun set in the west, rays of multicolored light shone upon the forest and the mountains, making it look like a sea of flowing light. Chu Yang carried Imo Qingwu and walked out with a smile. It was as if he had walked out of a fairy tale. His black robe fluttered, his figure tall. Imo Qingwu, dressed in red, lay in his arms. The sunlight on the horizon seemed to embed a layer of gold on Chu Yang and Imo Qingwu's bodies. At least, in Imo Tianji's eyes, it was a kind of beauty that shook his soul in an instant. This feeling was so harmonious, so touching. Imo Qingwu seemed to have grown on Chu Yang's body and would not come down no matter what. From time to time, she would raise her head and smile at Chu Yang. After a while, she would raise her head and smile at him again. Her smile was bright and satisfied. Imo Tianji stood there, dumbfounded by what he saw. He had been waiting here for an entire afternoon, waiting anxiously. But when he saw Chu Yang finally carrying Imo Qingwu out, He was suddenly touched at this moment. He was not in a hurry. He had never seen his little sister so happy. Such happiness and satisfaction that overflowed from the depths of her heart. Imo Tianji looked on with satisfaction. The anxiety that he had been waiting for an entire afternoon seemed to have disappeared without a trace at this moment. Brother Imo, I'm taking Imo Qingwu away. Chu Yang looked at Imo Tianji and said solemnly. Hearing the words, Brother Imo Qingwu raised her head in panic. She turned around and saw Imo Tianji, her second brother. Her eyes couldn't help but redden, but she bit her lip lightly and lowered her gaze. Little Wu. Imo Tianji stepped forward, his voice trembling a little. Imo Qingwu bit her lip. After a long while, she said with difficulty, Second brother. Imo Qingwu, do you want to go with me or Brother Chu? Imo Tianji looked at his sister with some longing. Second brother will also protect you. I'll go with Brother Chu Yang, Imo Qingwu said without hesitation. Imo Tianji's eyes dimmed. I'm leaving. Chu Yang looked at Imo Tianji. Brother Imo, if you want to control the Imo clan, don't let go of this opportunity. Tianji agreed and then suddenly shouted. Wait a minute. After he finished speaking, he ran over and looked at Imo Qingwu and said, Little sister, I have a question that I have always wanted to ask you, but I didn't have the chance. Can I get your answer now? What is it? Imo Qingwu was still biting her rosy lips. The light in her eyes made Imo Tianji feel a heartache. Why did you suddenly become so estranged from your second brother? Imo Tianji said with some pain. Second brother's heart is very uncomfortable. Imo Qingwu gritted her teeth. At this moment, it was obvious that she was using a lot of force. He looked at Imo Tianji, his second brother, with a complicated expression in his eyes. Then, he asked in a low voice, I have always wanted to ask you, second brother. Why didn't you dare to look at me on the day of the clan meeting? Imo Tianji was startled and suddenly raised his head. However, Imo Qingwu continued to ask, at that time, why did you tell him about my saber? Imo Tianji was startled. He only felt bitterness in his heart. There were 1,000 things he wanted to say, but he could not say them. This time, my family has betrothed me. As long as I return, I will be engaged. However, you are the first to come and pick me up. Imo Qingwu said with some anger, second brother, don't you know what I will face when I return? Imo Tianji felt as if he was struck by lightning. He took 3 steps back. He finally knew where he was wrong. He was wrong not to say it. He did all kinds of things but did not make it clear. These 3 things were all for Imo Qingwu's good. At that time, he did not dare to look at her because he could not bear to see his younger sister sad. However, he forgot that his younger sister was the most helpless at that moment. She needed someone to look at her and show that they were on her side. That way, she would feel much better. The appearance of the saber was to make a final effort so that his younger sister could get some care after losing her original position in the family. However, he neglected that his younger sister had nothing. At that time, that saber was all her hope and spiritual sustenance. However, he cruelly took it away. Now, he came to pick her up so that he could take her away and not let her return to the family to accept that cruel fate. However, he did not say it out loud either. His younger sister thought that he was sending her back to the fire pit. Who could he blame? Could he blame his younger sister for being too sensitive? However, if it was anyone else, how could they not be sensitive in that kind of situation? How could they not be sensitive? Chu Yang sighed and said, Qingwu, your second brother truly loves and cares for you. There is absolutely no falsehood in it. He truly wants you to be well. However, your second brother's habit is to do good things, but not to say it out loud. This is your second brother's shortcoming. You have to believe in your second brother. Imo Qingwu lowered her head. Her long hair covered her face. She gently nodded. Imo Tianji looked at Chu Yang with a strange feeling. He repeatedly thanked him. Thank you, Brother Chu. Thank you. Not saying what you did is equivalent to not doing it. Especially good things. Chu Yang casually said, Brother Imo, you did very well. However, what you said was not good. This weakness isn't good for being the patriarch of a family. Imo Tianji deeply nodded. He seemed to be deep in thought. He was obviously much stronger than Imo Tianyun. However, there were still many people in the family who supported Imo Tianyun. Ultimately, there was one thing. Imo Tianyu knew how to talk and win people's hearts. However, Imo Tianji had neglected this aspect. Although there were many hardcore supporters by his side, their numbers were far inferior. That was why he was at a disadvantage. Understanding this, Imo Tianji's heart suddenly became clear. Instead of acting, it was better to speak. This kind of understanding was inevitably a little cruel to people. It was unpleasant to hear, but it was the truth. After thinking this through, he was about to thank Chu Yang. However, when he turned around, he realized that Chu Yang had already carried Dian Qingwu a few hundred feet away. He hurriedly shouted, "Brother Chu, little Wu, as long as I have time, I will go back to see you." Imo Qingwu raised her head from Chu Yang's embrace. Her gaze leaped over Chu Yang's shoulder. She saw her second brother standing there waving his hand vigorously. His eyes were full of reluctance. She couldn't help but feel moved. She stretched out her small hand from Chu Yang's shoulder and gently waved a few times. Imo Tianji's face was instantly full of smiles. "Thank you, little sister." Imo Qingwu's face bloomed into a smile. Then, she hid her head in Chu Yang's embrace again. Imo Tianji relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. He relaxed and smiled. Then, he gently waved the purple jade flute in his hand and placed it on the flute. A whining sound of the flute suddenly floated in the forest. Imo Qingwu listened to her second brother's flute music. She was in brother Chu Yang's embrace. Suddenly, she felt as if she was floating in the clouds. Among all the women in the world, there was no one else who could be happier than her. The next day, the sky seemed to brighten exceptionally early. Imo Qingwu woke up early and ran happily into Chu Yang's room. When she saw Chu Yang lying on the bed, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. It turned out that she was afraid that she was dreaming yesterday. She immediately covered her small nose with her hand and said, "It's so smelly. Brother Chu Yang's feet are so smelly." She rushed to the door and breathed in a few breaths of air. However, she couldn't bear to leave. She could only stay at the door and squat on the threshold. Smelly? Chu Yang was a little depressed. He really did wash his feet last night before going to bed. Sigh, his feet were like this. Even if he washed them 10 times in one night, there would still be a smell tomorrow morning. He remembered that Imo Qingwu's only dissatisfaction with him in his previous life was the smell of his feet. He couldn't help but smile. He rolled up and shook his body. Instantly, the room was filled with a fragrant smell. Imo Qingwu covered her nose and ran away. "Brother Chu Yang, what are you shaking for? It's so smelly." Chu Yang laughed loudly. The great clans were already waiting for the battle. The bet was already over. They were only waiting for the opening of the battle. The huge venue was empty. There was actually a sea of people around. There were no empty seats. The best view was in the middle. It was the territory of the dark bamboo. It occupied a huge area. On both sides were the teams of the great clans. Then, there were even more scattered people who were waiting for this big battle. Dong Wushang and the other clans were in the south. All the clans on Gaosheng's side were in the back. The 4 great clans in charge of the bet were naturally closest to the 2 sides. They were observing the outcome of the battle. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. This wasn't just a bet. It also involved one's personal wealth. Once Chu Yang and Dukyu bet 800 million. The odds for Gaosheng were immediately pushed down to 1-1. There were even more people who bet on Gaosheng. In just one day, there was an additional 100 million. If this money was before, Mo Tianyun and the others would definitely be grinning from ear to ear. But now, the 4 of them could only sigh. It was just a drizzle. The sound of drums shook the heavens and the earth. The battle was about to begin. The master of ceremonies was already standing in the middle. He raised his voice and shouted, "Everyone, silence." It would have been better if he didn't say silence. Once he did, countless people started to clamor at once. "Wife snatching! Wife snatching!" Many people shouted at the same time. They were in high spirits. "Wife, wife, wife snatching wife." More people shouted together. "A woo wife." Luo Ku Di's strange cry resounded through the sky. GMO angrily slapped his head. "What are you shouting for? That's my wife." Luo Kadi smiled mischievously and said, "Who are we? Your wife is my wife." GMO kicked him. Luo Kudi screamed strangely as he rolled in the air like a rubber ball. At this moment, a tall and sturdy figure suddenly jumped down from the spectators' stand. He landed on the stage. He raised his hand and shouted like a thunderbolt, "Wait, I have something to say." Everyone looked over. They saw that this person had big shoulders and a round waist. He was tall and sturdy. His arms were big enough for a person to stand on. His buttocks were big enough for a horse to run. What an imposing and boorish man. However, this man's chest was bulging and his buttocks were perky. It turned out that he was a woman. This was the biggest bet of this competition. Huyen Albua and Miss Huyen had appeared. Chapter 461. Everyone, Huyen Albua shouted. She cupped her fists and bowed. This action was extremely heroic. If it was a man doing it, it would definitely be awe-inspiring. But now that she was doing it, cough cough, she was also awe-inspiring. Jimo's eyes lit up. He grabbed Chu Yang's arm and said, "Boss, this is my wife. Look, she's extremely charming." Upon hearing the words extremely amorous, Chu Yang only felt dizzy. The world was spinning, and even his feet were trembling. He sat down on Imo Qingwu's body. Imo Qingwu laughed and hugged him. She looked through the gap in Chu Yang's arm and saw the awe-inspiring Huyen Albua. She couldn't help but exclaim, "This uncle is really tall and sturdy." Luo Kadi suddenly burst into laughter. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing also couldn't help but laugh. Even Ji Zhu and Dong Wulei were swaying back and forth. Jimo's face turned bitter. "My little grandaunt, look carefully. Is that uncle? That's sister-in-law, okay? Sister-in-law?" Imo Qingwu was obedient and didn't say anything else. She looked at Jimo with a questioning gaze, especially when she looked at Jimo's eyes. She seemed to have discovered something. She nodded very seriously and whispered in Chu Yang's ear, "Brother Jimo's eyes are small. No wonder." Chu Yang's body trembled. On the other side, Gao Sheng's face was as black as charcoal. "Everyone, as you all know, this battle is for me." Huyen Albua exhaled and said majestically, "I am Huyen Albua, Gao Sheng's fiancé. We have been engaged since childhood. It's the order of the clan." Everyone gradually quieted down and listened to this woman speak. "But Gao Sheng doesn't like me." In order to avoid this marriage, he even ran away from home and went to the lower three heavens. Huyen Albua said indifferently, "I look different from ordinary women. I, Huyen Albua, understand that he doesn't like me. After all, everyone wanted their woman to have a beautiful figure and to be lovable and charming. I admit that I'm not good-looking." Huyen Albua said loudly, "Because I'm not good-looking, it's understandable that Gao Sheng ran away from the marriage. I won't blame him. She wouldn't hate him. If I were a man, I wouldn't want a wife like her. Don't you all agree?" Huyen Aobo roared. However, no one replied. Seeing this woman speak, everyone suddenly felt their hearts sink. "That's why I don't have much hope for my marriage. That was until I met the second son of the Ji family, Jiamo. He didn't abandon me, and I fell in love with him. I immediately returned home and asked my family to cancel my engagement with the Gao family." Huyen Aobo said loudly, "I originally thought that this matter would be a matter of course. Because Gao Sheng ran away in order to escape the marriage. Would he want to marry me? Annulling the engagement should have been a matter of course. But who would have thought that Gao Sheng would immediately say that GMO had snatched his wife away from him? He couldn't bear the humiliation and wanted to fight GMO. This is also the origin of this matter." Huyen Aobo laughed. "How laughable is this matter? This matter is getting bigger and bigger. Now, the 8 great clans are getting involved. Tens of thousands of heroes are waiting in anticipation." Huyen Aobo laughed mockingly and said, "Gao Sheng, you are so generous." Gao Sheng sat with an ashen face. He cursed in a low voice, "Bitch." Huyen Aobo laughed heartily. Then, she suddenly turned around and looked in Gao Sheng's direction. She said in a loud voice, "Gao Sheng, since you said that GMO had snatched away your lover and didn't hesitate to create such a huge battle, I presume that you like me very much? Then, as long as you agree, I will marry you right now. Are you willing to be your wife? Do you dare to marry me?" Gao Sheng's face suddenly turned pale. Looking at Huyin Aobo's tall and sturdy body, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Gaosheng, are you willing or not? Huyin Aobo laughed loudly. Say something. Gaosheng finally couldn't bear it and said angrily, You have already hooked up with GMO. How can I still want you to be my wife? As soon as these words came out, the large field was filled with boos. If you don't want to marry her, why are you fighting? Is it fun to fight? Someone said loudly, Haha, this is ridiculous. Fighting for a woman, but not willing to marry her. Young Master Gao is indeed unique. Someone ridiculed, he just wants to get some compensation. In young Master Gao's heart, it's good that such a woman has left. But if he can use such a woman to gain something, then he will gain both fame and fortune. Moreover, he will show the image of a century later in front of the heroes of the world. It's really pitiful. Someone laughed loudly. Huyin Aobo looked coldly at Gaosheng. Suddenly, she burst into laughter and said, That's all I want to say. All right, everyone, I'm done. Those who should be beaten, fight, and those who should be watched, watch. Although I, Huyin Aobo, am not good-looking, I don't want to be called a fickle woman. I just want to say these few words. That's all. Miss Huyin, you are a good woman who dares to love and hate. A big man suddenly stood up and laughed. If I didn't already have a wife, I would definitely fight young Master GMO to death today. Ha 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 ha. Everyone applauded like thunder. GMO's head was full of black lines. He muttered, This woman, really? She attracted so many love rivals with just a few words. What should I do? As he said this, his face was full of worry. Sun Woshang, Gu Duxing, and Luo Ku de-rolled their eyes and looked at the sky. They thought, This guy is crazy. We also admire Huyin Aobo's temper and character. But, to marry her as a wife, we should politely decline. Emo Qingya's eyes were shining. She pulled Chu Yang's arm and whispered, This sister's ears are so lovely. GMO on the side immediately said, Yes, yes, her figure is also very good. Think about it. With such a wife, she can shelter you from the wind and rain. How safe would that be? Chu Yang painfully closed his eyes. He had the urge to tear GMO into pieces. Fortunately, the competition had begun. The master of ceremonies announced loudly, Competition of the 7 great clans. First round, Dong Wushang against Li Xiong Tu. Sun Wushang suddenly stood up. He stretched out his hand, and the pitch-black cloak on his body fluttered to the ground. His tall and majestic figure was revealed. His black saber stood erect behind his shoulder. He walked down step by step. Halfway down, he suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. His voice was like thunder and rumbled in all directions. Li Xiong Tu, you can give up now and let Tu Qianhao come up. It's not too late. I'm afraid you won't have time to regret if my saber attacks you. Li Xiong Tu's tall and sturdy body suddenly stood up. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. He laughed and said, Dong Wushang, are you afraid? Sun Wushang's eyes flashed and he said, Very good. Both of them were thousands of feet away from each other. They looked at each other. They felt a heroic and majestic aura pressing down on them. Their desire to win was aroused, and they suddenly laughed at the same time. Chapter 462. 2 equally burly figures swept down from the stands at almost the same time, one on the left and one on the right. They flew towards the center of the arena. Although there were only 2 people, they seemed insignificant in such a grand arena. However, the people on the left clearly felt a huge mountain pressing down on them. The people on the right felt as if the earth trembled under this power. Dong Wushang's domineering aura soared to the heavens. Li Xiong Tu's heroic aura was unparalleled. These 2 people had met in the first round. It could be said that they were evenly matched. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He opened his eyes wide. The 2 most domineering people among the 12 future influential people were finally facing each other here. Chu Yang had some expectations for this battle. From this battle, he could completely see the direction of development of these 2 people. Because these 2 future influential people had now begun to shape their life's achievements, Dong Wushang's falling body suddenly let out a long roar. He stretched his hand back and pulled out the black saber in midair. This action of pulling out the saber immediately made the surrounding people boil with a boom. Because of his burly figure, he gave people a feeling of being as immovable as a mountain even when he was flying. His right hand, which was stretched back, moved very slowly. Everyone could see it clearly, but it was precisely this slow movement that left behind an extremely clear welcome. The procedure of this saber was very clear. Hand raised, finger pointed to the sky, hand over the shoulder, and hand holding the saber. Every action was clearly seen. It made people's vision and feeling seriously conflicted. It was extremely uncomfortable, but also extremely mysterious. Then, a long rainbow-like saber light shot out from his saber. Following the motion of pulling out the saber, a black light was emitted. Dong Wushang's body suddenly changed the direction of his fall. Together with his saber, he turned into a long black rainbow and flew across the sky violently. He rushed towards Li Xiong too. He changed direction halfway, but the speed of this jump was much faster than the speed of his fall. The saber light was like a black dragon cutting through the air. It actually made a thunderous sound. The sleeves of his sleeves streaked through the air, and it actually emitted a loud crashing sound. On the opposite side, Li Xiong too let out a wild shout at the same time Dong Wushang changed his move. His body rolled, and a dazzling sword light suddenly appeared. The sword aura was as thick as a drum, and its whole body was emitting a bright and dazzling light. Like the tail of a meteor in the sky, it also changed direction in the air and madly rushed toward Dong Wushang. The two of them had unexpectedly adopted the same strategy. The first strike was to be as powerful as a thunderbolt, giving the other party a heavy blow. He heaved a sigh of relief and said in a soft voice, "Wu Shang has won this round." Gu Duxing and GMO turned to look at him. In the arena, the two of them approached each other like lightning. They were already in the sky above the arena. Dong Wushang's eyes shone with an intense desire to fight. He shouted, "Slash!" His voice was like a thunderclap, and his saber was like a thunderbolt. With a ferocious aura that could cut through a mountain range, his saber chopped down. Li Xiong too didn't utter a single word as he rushed over. The sword light was blazing. Boom! The two men's majestic bodies collided with each other in midair. The saber and the saber intersected. Their forelegs were also rapidly moving like butterflies. In an instant, they had exchanged 13 saber moves, 13 sword moves, and 13 legs. With a loud bang, a wave of air rolled out and spread in all directions. Dong Wushang let out a long shout, and his black hair suddenly fluttered in the air. He somersaulted twice in midair and was shaken to retreat. On the opposite side, Li Xiong too let out a muffled groan. His beard fluttered, and he made the same move as Dong Wushang. He somersaulted in midair and retreated 30 feet. The two of them were about to land on the ground at the same time. Dong Wushang pointed his black saber downwards, and the tip of the saber touched the ground. Dong Wushang's body, which was about to land on the ground, bounced up like a bullet. The saber light turned into a rainbow and shot straight toward Li Xiong Tuesday. The curly beard on Li Xiong Tu's face exploded. The tip of the beard touched the ground and bounced up. His entire body bounced up into midair and suddenly fell down. The sword light actually turned into a dazzling snow-white disc and went to meet Dong Wushang's attack. Dong Wushang's eyes flashed. His left hand was suddenly behind his back, and his right arm held the saber. The tip of the saber was slightly raised, and his body in midair changed into an even more forward-leaning posture. Following the violent momentum, the saber ruthlessly chopped on the sword-light disc. The violence of this saber made the onlookers feel like closing their eyes and couldn't bear to watch. A loud clang. The disc-like sword light suddenly became somewhat scattered. Dong Wushang's second saber fell down. Another loud sound rang out. Dong Wushang's right arm danced like a whirlwind. The heavy black saber was like a thunderbolt, violently falling down, lifting up and falling down again. Barbaric. Yes, Dong Wushang's fighting style was extremely barbaric, completely unreasonable. Under such barbaric attacks, no matter what kind of fancy moves, no matter what kind of moves, it was useless. What borrowing strength to fight strength? Or what kind of tricks were all just nonsense? Unless you could block his attacks and hold on until the moment the two of them separated. Otherwise, you would only be reduced to dregs by his extremely barbaric attacks. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of iron being hammered rang out continuously. Li Xiong too was suffering unspeakably. He had always been known for his great strength, and his hands were also made of specially made star iron. It weighed more than 50 kilograms, and if it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to use it. But when facing Dong Wushang, he felt that the strength that he was so proud of actually paled in comparison to the other party. The other party's barbaric, violent, and completely unreasonable fighting style made Li Xiong, who had the same style, feel aggrieved. In the past, those who fought with Li Xiong too would all feel this. But now, it was finally his turn to bear it. Dong Wushang's face was cold and expressionless, and his attacks were like a storm. The bodies of the two people kept falling, and in the process of falling, they kept colliding. Dong Wushang actually didn't have any fancy moves, and without the slightest bit of skill, he chopped out 10 times in a row. The two people had already landed on the ground, and with a loud bang, the saber and sword clashed. Dust and dirt flew up with a bang. Tens of thousands of people around felt their eardrums explode at the same time. Dong Wushang stood still, his long saber pointed forward. His eyes were cold and sharp, and he was as expressionless as steel, like an eagle. Li Xiongtu's body flew out like a cannonball with his long sword in hand. His feet landed on the ground, and he flew for 70 to 80 feet before he landed on the ground with a puff sound. Then, he suddenly bounced up and spun in the air before he stood firmly on the ground. His face turned dark red for a moment before it turned pale. He raised his head and looked at Dong Wushang, his eyes already full of seriousness. He had actually already suffered internal injuries in this violent exchange of attacks. He didn't expect that this Dong Wushang, who was 4 or 5 years younger than him, actually had the strength to defeat him and even kill him. This violent attack made everyone watching the fight hold their breath, and their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. Too violent, too satisfying. This fighting style was too hooligan. Chu Yang watched the two people fight with rapt attention and completely relaxed. Dong Wushang was definitely going to win this round. His strength and strength were not much different from Li Xiongtu's, and their spiritual power was also evenly matched. But Dong Wushang's advantage was that he could fight. He dared to fight. Moreover, Dong Wushang's aura was fierce and indomitable. Although Li Xiongtu's aura was domineering, he didn't have Dong Wushang's reckless spirit. The most important thing was, Dong Wushang's saber was more than 5 times the length of his opponent's sword. To tell the truth, Li Xiongtu's sword was still intact, and this was already very surprising to Chu Yang. The two people in the field looked at each other, and each roared loudly. Then, they rushed up and fought again. Du Xing, if you weren't injured, how would you deal with him? Chu Yang asked Gu Duxing. As soon as he relaxed, Chu Yang immediately used this opportunity to teach Gu Duxing and the others a lesson. This was a rare learning opportunity. Gu Duxing, GMO, and Luoku Di all turned their ears at the same time. Gu Duxing smiled. My style is different from Li Xiongtu's. If I were to fight Wu Shang, I would launch intensive attacks from the beginning and would never compete with him in strength. I would use the speed of my body movement to restrain his unparalleled strength. I would drag it out until his aura was exhausted, and that would be when he would be defeated. Chu Yang nodded and said, this method of yours can be used to deal with others. For example, against Li Xiongtu, it would be easy, but against Wu Shang, you would need to expend several times more energy. Why? Gu Duxing didn't understand. Dong Wushang's saber is heavy. Heavy is an advantage. And it's not just a little heavy, it's too heavy. It's not easy to grasp its weight, but once it's grasped, it will form a kind of inertia. This kind of inertia only needs to be slightly manipulated to be able to unleash the full power of the saber itself. This is the advantage of heavy weapons. Chu Yang smiled. So, you see that Wu Shang is using all his strength in every move, but in fact, he isn't using much energy. And if you continue fighting like this, he will become braver and braver, and faster and faster. So, if you have the idea of wasting his energy, the final result will be that both of you are powerless, or both of you will be injured. Your injuries will be lighter, and his injuries will be heavier. This is the difference. If it's a life and death battle, you will be heavily injured, and he will die, Chu Yang said, and among the experts of the same level, perhaps only you, Gu Duxing, can achieve such an outcome. Gu Duxing was deep in thought. The best way to deal with Dong Wushang's fighting style is, don't let him go crazy and get excited. Suppress him right from the start. Then, you will be able to end the battle very quickly, Chu Yang said. How can you suppress him right from the start? Gu Duxing frowned and thought hard. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Dong Wushang's strength lies in his saber. So, if you make use of your body movement to deal with his wrist before his attack reaches its peak, you will be able to deal with his wrist first. The wrist holding the saber is his Achilles heel.
Yes.
Chu Yang nodded. But, just like now, even if Li Xiongtu thinks of this, it's already useless. Because Dong Wushang's aura has already reached its peak, and Li Xiongtu's aura has already been reduced by half. Chapter 463. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing were completely different. If Gu Duxing was a natural swordsman, then Dong Wushang was undoubtedly a natural warrior. A dashing warrior. Chu Yang nodded and looked at the opposite side. He saw that some people were whispering to each other. They seemed somewhat anxious. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Dong Wushang would be so powerful. Dong Wushang's reputation had risen during this time. But he was still a few years younger than Li Xiongtu's day. Who would have thought that Dong Wushang would be able to firmly suppress Li Xiongtu? Especially the gamblers. Each of them opened their eyes wide. They were so nervous that they didn't dare to breathe. However, a few people had gathered together and were whispering to each other. They were the leaders of the Gao clan, Li clan, and Tu clan. They were looking at the scene with dignified expressions. Chu Yang's eyes flashed. He thought, so, that's how it is. They want to take advantage of this competition. They want to form an alliance regardless of whether they win or lose. Presumably, this is the real intention of the Gao clan to provoke this decisive battle. It doesn't matter whether Dong Wushang wins or loses. The Dong clan and the Li clan are facing each other. These two clans are both colossi. So, the conflict between them will become more and more intense. Having a powerful ally in this situation is like sending charcoal in the snow. Jun Shizhu gently sighed on the other side. She said, Li Xiongtu lost. Dukyu stood beside her with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked at the scene without blinking. He slowly nodded and said, but both of them have great potential. Jun Shizhu thought for a moment and said, Dong Wushang should be stronger. Dukyu said, Li Xiongtu made a strategic mistake. Li Xiongtu may not necessarily lose if he were to face Dong Wushang again. But Dong Wushang is 5 years younger than Li Xiongtu's day, Jun Shizhu said. You only look at the fighting strength. You don't think about this. But this is a very important factor. Moreover, you must pay attention to one thing. Dong Wushang started to improve rapidly after he met Chu Yang. In other words, he was far inferior to Li Xiongtu's day. He only used a little more than a year to defeat him. This is the key point. Jun Shizhu sighed and said, I'm suddenly very interested in this king of Hell Chu. Dukyu nodded lightly and said, he is indeed a strange person. Moreover, its potential has reached a frightening level. Jun Shizhu's eyes lit up as she said, frightening? She pondered for a moment, and then said, do you want to go and take a look? Dukwei replied, all right. Then, his figure suddenly distorted and disappeared from Jun Shizhu's side. Jun Shizhu's eyes flashed. She then faintly whispered, Little Wei's otherworldly phantom technique has strengthened a lot? Could it be that he received some kind of stimulation and progressed? Jun Lu faintly smiled. Her eyes flashed with a proud brilliance. When Dukyu came to Chu Yang's side, he saw Mo Qingwu sitting in Chu Yang's arms. She was happily peeling an orange and stuffed a piece of the fruit into Chu Yang's mouth. Then, she stuffed the other piece into her own mouth. She puffed up her cheeks and asked in a delicate and sweet voice, Is it sweet? Chu Yang moaned in satisfaction and said, It's too sweet. After Xiao Wu's hands, it's indeed sweeter. Hee hee. Imo Qingwu smiled with satisfaction. Then, eat another petal. It's so sweet that you'll die. Then, she tore another piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Chu Yang chewed the orange and listened to this sweet sound. Suddenly, he felt absent-minded, and a name emerged in the bottom of his heart, Little Tian Tian. He couldn't help but sigh softly. The space beside him distorted, and Dukyu appeared beside him. He said, "So cool." Chu Yang snorted and said, "Are your injuries healed?" Dukyu snorted. He sat on the seat beside Chu Yang that Imo Qingwu had vacated and said, "Your injuries also healed very quickly." "Same here." Chu Yang blinked. A chaotic sound of metal clashing resounded in the field. Dong Wushang's loud shouts were getting more and more majestic. Li Xiong too roared wildly and did his best to counterattack. It was only a fight between two people. However, these two people had fought with a fierce and desperate aura of a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. Dong Wushang roared loudly. The saber light and the sword shadow fiercely clashed together. Chu Yang closed his eyes and sighed. Li Xiong too lost. Dukyu nodded. In the field, the saber light and the sword shadow faded away. Dong Wushang stood upright in the field, and blood flowed from his shoulder like a waterfall. Li Xiong too staggered backward. There was a line of blood on his forehead, and a terrifying saber wound on his chest. He retreated more than 100 feet, and was about to fall down. He hurriedly used his long sword to support himself on the ground. With a snap, the long sword broke. This sword had already clashed with Dong Wushang's black saber hundreds of times. It couldn't bear the heavy burden, and was full of scars. The moment he supported himself on the ground, it broke immediately. Li Xiong too staggered and sat on the ground. He roared and gasped for breath. Suddenly, he laughed bitterly and roared towards the sky, satisfying. He continued, "I've lost." Dong Wushang was expressionless. He held his saber and bowed. Then, he turned around and left. Li Xiong too shouted, "Dong Wushang, I'll look for you again. I don't need you to show mercy." Dong Wushang didn't even turn his head. He said, "Next time, I'll kill you." Li Xiong too laughed heroically and said loudly, "Motherfucker, it's fine if I've lost, but I've actually been sold a favor for not killing me. I've really suffered a great loss today." He turned his head and looked at the MC fiercely. "Why aren't you announcing the result? Motherfucker, is it satisfying to sit here in a sorry state?" The MC was shocked. He hurriedly said loudly, "The first round of the competition between the 7 great clans, Dong Wushang versus Li Xiong Tuesday. Dong Wushang wins." After he finished speaking, he hurriedly helped Li Xiong Tu up and helped him down. Li Xiong Tu didn't have any strength in his body, but he laughed as he walked. He shouted repeatedly, "Satisfying. It's satisfying to fight like this." Dukyu said, "How was it?" Chu Yang naturally understood what he meant. He said, "Very good." Dong Wushang's victory was already expected, but Li Xiong too didn't lose his fighting spirit even though he lost. "It's very rare." Dukyu smiled. "You really understood what I meant. An ordinary person would have thought that Li Xiong too would have lost if he fought Dong Wushang again after this defeat. But they would have overlooked the firmness of Li Xiong too's heart of martial arts. This defeat, especially in the hands of Dong Wushang, who has a similar style of fighting style, is a good thing for him." Chu Yang nodded. How can one of the 12 influential figures of the future of the 3 heavens lose his fighting spirit so easily? Ao Xie Yun, Xie Danxiong, and Odu Xiao looked solemn in another direction. Ao Xie Yun softly sighed and said, "How is it?" Xie Danxiong bitterly smiled in shame. "I'm afraid that I would have had no choice but to throw out the viburnum flower if I had fought against Dong Wushang. The consequence would have been that I would have died, and he would have been seriously injured. It would have been equivalent to my defeat." Odu Xiao nodded in agreement and said, "I could have killed him, but I would have had to use poison. But it's also possible that I wouldn't have had enough time to use the poison and would have been cut down by his saber. I don't have any assurance that I would have been able to use the poison technique in the face of such an attack." Ao Xieyun nodded. Dong Wushang has truly stepped into the top ranks after this fight. He pondered for a moment and said, I'm afraid that I would have had to pay a great price if I had fought against Dong Wushang. I didn't expect that Dong Wushang would have become so dreadful. Dong Wushang returned with large strides and was greeted with a bear hug from Luo Ku Di. The second fight. Gao Liang of the Gao clan will fight against Luo Ku Wu of the Luo clan. The voice of the master of ceremonies came from afar. Luo Ku Wu laughed out loud. He looked at Luo Ku Di apologetically. Then, he stood up and walked down step by step. Gao Liang is the external younger brother of the Gao clan. He used to be a servant of the Gao clan. But the clan saw that Gao Liang's aptitude was extraordinary. So, the clan bestowed him with the surname Gao and trained him vigorously. He should be a first-grade sword king at present. He's 32 years old. Luo Ku Di's complexion was solemn as he said, I'm afraid that my elder brother may lose this fight. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at the two people walking towards the stage. He sighed and said, It's not that he may lose, but he's bound to lose. Luo Ku Di, your elder brother, doesn't have a fighting spirit. If he really wanted to fight, it was still possible for him to fight until both sides suffered heavy losses. But the problem is, he doesn't want to fight this fight. Luo Ku Di sighed and drooped his head. He knew his elder brother's thoughts. He wasn't a legitimate son and couldn't threaten his elder brother's position. So, he had always had a good relationship with his elder brother. But the problem was that he didn't get the clan's acknowledgement for this matter. It was already very good that his elder brother had come. Moreover, there was another reason. Luo Ku Wu had once received Gao Liang's favor. The other party had deliberately arranged the two of them for this fight. They must have seen this point. Even if Luo Ku Wu could win, it would only be a draw. What's more, he couldn't win. Chu Yang had already thought of this point. He said, It's okay. We only need 4 wins out of 7. That's enough. Sure enough, Luo Ku Wu lost by a single move as expected. The next fight was between Jizhu and Gao Ming. Gao Ming was the second duke of the Gao clan. He wasn't a legitimate son either, but he was a martial arts genius. Jizhu entered the stage, and the two of them fought fiercely. In the end, both of them didn't have any strength left and could only shake hands and make peace. 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw. What a pity. Duke Yu shook his head and sighed. Meanwhile, Jun Shizhu, who was watching the fight on the other side, also said, What a pity. Duke Yu saw that Chu Yang had turned his head to look at him. So, he said, Jizhu could have won. But the great dream divine technique he's practicing has reached a bottleneck. And it's time for him to make a breakthrough. He'll have to wait for the next opportunity if he gets injured. Jizhu can't afford to wait. So, he can only end the fight peacefully. Great dream divine technique? Chu Yang smiled. No wonder he's so lazy. It turns out that he's practicing this kind of lazy technique. Duke Yu smiled and said, In fact, you can help him make a breakthrough as soon as possible. Chu Yang curled his lips and said, I don't have that ability. Duke Yu smiled meaningfully. The fourth fight. Tu Wansheng against Dong Wu Lei. Dong Wushang's complexion changed. He said, I admit defeat in this fight. Tu Wansheng was a king-level expert of the previous generation of the Tu clan. He had always been vicious and merciless. Even Dong Wushang wouldn't necessarily be able to win against Tu Wansheng, let alone Dong Wu Lei. It was obvious that Tu Qianhao was bullying people in this fight. Chu Yang's side had 1 win, 2 losses, and 1 draw after Dong Wu Lei had admitted defeat. Chu Yang was at a disadvantage. Everyone who had bet on Gao Shang to win was grinning from ear to ear. The fifth fight. Tu clan's representative is Tu Qianhao against Gu clan's Gu Duxing. The atmosphere of the entire arena exploded along with these words. Many people had bet on Gu Duxing's injury. It could be said that this fight was the key. There was basically no need to compete if Gu Duxing lost. But Gu Duxing's injury wasn't a secret. How could he defeat Tu Qianhao, who was at the same level as him, while he was seriously injured? Chapter 464. Gu Duxing stood up with a swoosh sound. His stature was as straight as a sword. He walked down with an indomitable sharpness. Suddenly, a sword intent surged in the air. However, People with high cultivations could faintly see that Gu Duxing's complexion was somewhat pale. It seemed that he was seriously injured and hadn't recovered yet. They couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seems that Gu Duxing won't have much luck in this match. A sharp light flashed in Tu Qianhao's eyes. He then burst into loud laughter. Brother Gu, you and I are facing each other again today. Gu Duxing faintly smiled and said, Yes, Brother Tu has been preparing for this match for a long time. I can't bear to disappoint you, Brother Tuesday. A trace of embarrassment flashed in Tu Qianhao's eyes. He then smiled and said, Brother Gu is indeed free and easy. I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold back in this match. Please forgive me if I injure Brother Gu. Dong Wushang exposed an angry look in his eyes. He then said from behind Gu Duxing, Second brother, kill him? Kill this son of a bitch. Gu Duxing slightly nodded. He then raised his voice and said, I'll be embarrassed if I injure Brother Tuesday. Suddenly, his figure flashed, and he flew down. It seemed as if a sword had been thrown out of his hand. His sleeves fluttered in the wind. His gaze was sharp. Each and every move of his was filled with a sharp sword intent. Everyone's spirit was lifted. Tu Qianhao also flew down. The two of them were old rivals. They had fought many times in the past year. Gu Duxing had been no match for Tu Qianhao in the beginning. However, he was now on par with Tu Qianhao. Moreover, Gu Duxing's reputation had soared all the way. In fact, he was now faintly on par with the number one Gong Ao Xieyun. All of this had raised an intense murderous intention in Tu Qianhao's heart. Tu Qianhao wanted to take advantage of Gu Duxing's injury to cripple him in one fell swoop. And the purpose of his participation in this match was Gu Duxing. Tu Qianhao looked at Gu Duxing on the opposite side with rapt attention. His opponent's face was pale. He couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Mo Tianyun's information was correct. This guy's injury isn't light. The eyes of Duke Yu and Jun Shizhu on the other side flashed with a playful look. Duke Yu smiled and said, King of Hell Chu, do you want to kill Tu Qianhao? Chu Yang smiled faintly. A murderous look flashed across his eyes as he said, If he wants to take advantage of me, then he must be prepared to go for wool and come home shorn. Duke Yu laughed mischievously. Kill him? Chu Yang spread out his hands indifferently. This depends on Duxing's intentions. Killing sometimes required skills and methods. For example, how to clear your name after killing someone. At this time, the two people on the field had already drawn their swords. Most of the gamblers who had bet on Gao Shang were beaming with joy. He seemed to see the banknotes flying into his pocket. On the high platform, Ao Shein sighed and said, It would be too unfair if Gu Duxing were to lose because of his injuries. What a pity for this lone traveler. Therefore, he could naturally see what Tu Qianhao wanted to do with a single glance. Then, he frowned and asked, Have you arranged for the people who are ready? Xie Danxiong smiled confidently, Of course. Well, we must act immediately no matter who wins or loses. We must gather those poor bastards who have lost their family's fortune. Then, our three clans will divide the spoils equally. Don't let Mo Tianyun take advantage of us, Ao Xian said. Well, I'm afraid that Gao clan also has this idea. We can only snatch a part of it at most. Du Shao was somewhat annoyed. I'm afraid that our three clans would have been destroyed tomorrow if we had snatched all of it. Ao Xian faintly smiled. We must maintain a balance at all times. The two people gently nodded and said with a smile, Gao Shang has pulled together a small alliance in this gambling match. But they didn't expect that they would also form an alliance with their opponents. Moreover, our three clans will advance and retreat together because of this matter. Our interests are intertwined. Swift and fierce sword energy crazily burst forth. The two people on the field had already started to fight. Two groups of sword light flashed at the same time as they started to fight. Then, they spread out. Unexpectedly, no one could see their figures. Gu Duxing's sword light also gave people a feeling of loneliness and arrogance. On the other hand, Tu Qianhao's sword light had a swift and fierce murderous aura. No one knew that the two people on the field were talking in a low voice while they were fighting. Gu Duxing, you're dead today. Tu Qianhao crazily brandished his sword. His face exposed a pleased smile. Blame yourself for being in the limelight. Gu Duxing coldly snorted. It's not certain who will die. A loud clang sound was heard as Tu Qianhao fiercely blocked with his sword. Gu Duxing's body staggered, and he retreated a few steps. His face flushed red. A long sword was a light and agile weapon. So, it would never appear in a fight between experts unless it was a special sword like Li Xiongtu's. However, Tu Qianhao was very proud of himself at the moment. So, he wanted to use such a method to humiliate that seriously injured Gu Duxing. Everyone sighed as they saw Gu Duxing's situation. It seems that this genius of the Gu clan, the leading figure of the younger generation, is going to fall in such a sullen manner in this competition. Tu Qianhao was in high spirits. He was going all out with every move he made. He would roar every time he brandished his sword. He seemed quite heroic. He had a bit of Dong Wushang's style. However, Dong Wushang gave people the impression that he was mighty and overbearing. So, Tu Qianhao gave people the impression that he was a petty person intoxicated by success. Gu Duxing retreated step by step. His body would violently sway every time he received a sword attack. He would then retreat a few steps. His pale face had turned red, and his forehead seemed to be dripping with sweat. Tu Qianhao became even more high-spirited. No one could see it except for a few observant people. Gu Duxing's every parry seemed to be very difficult. He was at a complete disadvantage. However, his body would sway back, and he would consume Tu Qianhao's attacks. However, Tu Qianhao was able to withstand Gu Duxing's rebounding force. That was because he hadn't retreated a single step. His imposing aura was like a rainbow. Tu Qianhao's consumption of spiritual power was far greater than Gu Duxing's under such circumstances. Tu Qianhao wouldn't have been so foolish in normal circumstances. However, he didn't care about this consumption at this moment. That was because defeating Gu Duxing in this manner in front of all the heroes of the world was the most supreme glory. His reputation would surpass Ao Xieyun's in one fell swoop as long as Gu Duxing was defeated today. And he would become the #1 person of the younger generation. The reason was very simple. Gu Duxing and Ao Xieyun, these two were equally famous. The sound of impact continued to resound. Gu Duxing had already retreated around the big platform in a crooked manner. Tu Qianhao was also somewhat out of breath. However, Gu Duxing was still swaying on the opposite side. But he didn't fall down. Tu Qianhao was furious in his heart. This bastard is still stubbornly holding on for what? The anger in his heart rose, and he exerted even more strength. He sent out 18 sword attacks in a row. Then, Tu Qianhao suddenly realized that Gu Duxing had raised his face and was faintly smiling at him. His smile was full of ridicule. He was looking at Tu Qianhao as if he was looking at an idiot. Tu Qianhao's heart moved. He instinctively sensed that something was wrong. You're really stupid. How did a person like you become the Grand Duke of the Tu clan? Gu Duxing whispered. The Mo clan and my Gu clan have always been allies. You stepped into such a trap. It's really making me feel embarrassed. Tu Qianhao was startled. His mind suddenly went blank. Trap? Mo Tianyun framed me? But his 10th sword attack had already fiercely chopped down. Gu Duxing let out a long and loud shout under the watchful eyes of everyone. His body suddenly straightened up. It seemed as if a peerless sharp sword had suddenly been unsheathed. It emitted a startling radiance. The black dragon sword in his hand rushed out like a furious dragon and fiercely collided with Tu Qianhao's sword. Bang! Gu Duxing's posture was straight and straight. His face was cold and stern. Tu Qianhao screamed. He staggered back with his sword. A footprint appeared on the ground as he took one step back. Then, he took 3 steps back. Suddenly, he felt something sweet in his throat. He looked up to the sky and spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. Gu Duxing counterattacked with his sword, and Tu Qianhao was immediately seriously injured. The sound of a tsunami from the spectators' stands disappeared in an instant. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. They almost couldn't believe their own eyes. How is this possible? Gu Duxing let out a clear shout. He moved forward with his sword and chopped down. He then said in a low voice, I'm not injured. Do you understand now? Tu Qianhao's eyes opened wide in anger. He looked at Gu Duxing. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. At this moment, his heart was filled with boundless hatred for one person. Imo Tianyun. This bastard gave me false information. So, Imo Tianyun and Gu Duxing are in cahoots. Tu Qianhao was so angry that he collapsed when he realized this. Bastard Imo Tianyun. Damned Imo Tianyun. Imo Tianyun is so wicked that he doesn't even have an asshole. I will kill you, ah. You made me suffer so much. You made me suffer so much. Tu Qianhao was extremely indignant. He wanted to curse, but a mouthful of blood gushed out. He opened his mouth to spit it out. Gu Duxing's sword had already come over. Tu Qianhao could only block it head-on. Bang! Tu Qianhao's body staggered back, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Gu Duxing took a big step forward and swung his sword again. Gu Duxing was dealing with Tu Qianhao in the same way he had dealt with Tu Qianhao a moment ago. The situation had completely reversed. The eyeballs of the spectators' stands fell to the ground. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. This situation is unimaginable. Gu Duxing was bound to lose, but he had turned defeat into victory. And Tu Qianhao, who was bound to win, was battered and exhausted. Imo Tianyun asked me to cripple you. Gu Duxing swung his sword again. I also didn't want to. But our Gu clan and the Imo clan had been friends for decades. So, I had no choice but to agree. Tu Qianhao, you can only blame yourself for being too stupid. Tu Qianhao looked at him with grief and indignation. He felt as if his heart was about to explode. He finally spat out mouthfuls of blood. Then, he bellowed, "Ah, I will kill you all." His heart was filled with boundless hatred, and it had almost materialized at this moment. Tu Qianhao would have eaten Imo Tianyun alive if he had been in front of him at this moment. His agility and swordsmanship had become disorganized under extreme anger, and he had exposed his weakness. Gu Duxing let out a long and loud shout. The black dragon sword trembled for a while. Then, he swung his sword 3 times in a row. Tu Qianhao's chest, right shoulder, and face were slashed. Then, a sword light blossomed in front of his chest. Gu Duxing laughed heartily. Then, he raised his foot and ferociously stamped on Tu Qianhao's chest. He kicked this Grand Duke of the Tu clan, and one of the future 12 influential figures, and sent him flying. Chapter 465. Tu Qianhao was sent flying hundreds of feet away. He felt as if the sky and earth were spinning. He spouted a mouthful of blood and fell into a semi-conscious state. He only heard Gu Duxing whisper urgently, "Imo Tianyun asked me to carve the words #1 fool in the world on your chest if your plan failed. I'm sorry, but I've already done it. Although you won't be able to hear me anymore." However, Tu Qianhao had heard it. He had fainted from anger because he had heard it. The entire place was silent. No one had expected such an outcome. The insufferably arrogant Tu Qianhao had been sent flying by a kick like a broken sack. Gu Duxing leisurely returned in triumph. The people of Tu clan came forward and carried Tu Qianhao away. They looked at Gu Duxing with a complicated expression in their eyes. Gu Duxing has obviously shown mercy. Tu Qianhao didn't die. His injuries were serious, but they weren't life-threatening. Moreover, they weren't crippled. We owe Gu Duxing a big favor. O Du Xiao and Xie Danqiong opened their eyes wide. They stretched their necks forward and blankly looked at the field. There were only 2 words in their hearts. It's over. We've lost miserably this time. Ao Xie Yun's eyes were also somewhat blank. His eyeballs were showing signs of turning blue. He suddenly patted his thigh, and his complexion turned somewhat sinister. Motherfucker. We've been schemed against. This evil duke had always been graceful and elegant, but he had unexpectedly spouted vulgarities today for the first time. He finally understood why Chu Yang had suddenly thrown down such a big bet. Why did the Dark Bamboo Gang let go of the hidden bid after they had rearranged it? Instead, they had thrown 500 million into the open bid. There's a reasonable reason for all of this now. However, this reason left people speechless and aggrieved. Gu Duxing wasn't injured. In fact, his injuries weren't as serious as Imo Tianyun had said. He had already recovered. and Tu Qianhao had suffered a big loss because of this. Otherwise, Tu Qianhao would have been able to fight with Gu Duxing with his strength. But he had lost in a muddle. Moreover, he had lost so miserably that he didn't have the strength to turn the situation around. The three great dukes looked at each other in dismay. They looked at each other's mournful expressions and felt extremely aggrieved in their hearts. Motherfucker, which one of us isn't a genius? Who was less scheming? How could he be fooled like this? Stop sighing. That's not a good expression. Ao Xian recovered very quickly. He smiled lightly and said, Actually, we should be rejoicing. Luckily, young Master Mo took that 1 billion for himself. Otherwise, if we were to pay another billion, our three families would really be bankrupt. I'm afraid that the three of us would also have to sell ourselves back as slaves to repay our debts. Du Xiao and Xie Danxiong finally reacted. They smiled in a manner that was uglier than crying. Ao Xian pursed his lips and said, Look at Grand Duke Mo's expression. How exciting this moment is. Hearing this, the two of them looked over. As expected, they couldn't help but laugh at his misfortune. He saw that Mo Tianyun was lying on his seat with his limbs spread wide open. It seemed as if he was paralyzed. His face was deathly pale, and his lips were trembling. His eyes were filled with shock and indescribable fear. He had already turned into a deathly gray color. Mo Tianyun had personally planned this gamble. He had exhausted all his efforts, racked his brains, and used up all his assets to create such a situation. Xie Danxiong and Du Xiao felt as if they had taken a cold bath on a hot summer day when they imagined Mo Tianyun's current mood. Their entire bodies felt extremely refreshed. Normally, they wouldn't be so happy if they were about to lose several billion. However, they were very proud. This kind of mood was very strange. It was as if they hadn't lost. Instead, they were happy as if they had won. Motherfucker, I lost? I lost. But you, Mo Tianyun, are much more miserable than us. It turns out that I'm not the most miserable one. They felt a lot more comfortable as they thought of this. The fifth match, Gu Duxing versus Tu Qianhao. Gu Duxing wins. The voice of the master of ceremonies reverberated. He was so shocked that his tone changed. It couldn't be helped. It was too unexpected. The entire spectator stands on all sides boiled up with this loud shout. It seemed as if oil had been poured on the fire. Fuck. How is this possible? Didn't they say that Gu Duxing was injured? Who said that Gu Duxing won't live long? Motherfucker, how could they not have bet on Jimo's victory if they hadn't said so? Ah, I'm so angry. What's going on? He won. Who the fuck released this fake news? I'm going to kill him and bring him home. Didn't they say that he was injured by Mo Tianyun? Motherfucker Mo Tianyun. He cheated me. I bet 200,000. Motherfucker Tu Qianhao. He's so awesome every day. Who would have thought that he couldn't beat Gu Duxing? Fuck. This bastard has been eating for several years more than Gu Duxing motherfucker. His diarrhea is several times heavier than Gu Duxing's. He's a fucking piece of trash. He's making me lose money. Mo Tianyun released this fake news? Mo Tianyun released this fake news? Mo Tianyun released this fake news. Mo Tianyun deceived us. Suddenly, someone started to wail. Hundreds of people responded to his call. Countless people started to shed tears. One person suddenly stood up and loudly shouted, Motherfucker Mo. These words immediately resonated in everyone's hearts. They were the best embodiment of their inner thoughts. Immediately, thousands of people started to shout in unison like a tsunami, Motherfucker Mo Tianyun. Motherfucker Mo Tianyun. Motherfucker Mo Tianyun. The cultivations of these people weren't ordinary. So, they simultaneously used their full strength to shout. And their momentum shook the heavens. Mo Tianyun's prestige had reached the peak of his life at this moment. Chu Yang looked at Gu Duxing who had come forward. He blinked his eyes in tacit understanding. You didn't kill him? I didn't kill him. Gu Duxing's grave and stern face exposed a sneer. Let him play with Mo Tianyun first. It won't be too late to kill him later. He winked at Chu Yang as he said this. Chu Yang couldn't help but smile. He suddenly recalled Gu Duxing's invisible sword energy. He suddenly realized that Gu Duxing wouldn't let Tu Qianhao off so kindly. 2 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw. This was equivalent to not having fought a single match. There were still 2 matches left. However, the mood of the spectators' stands had exploded like a barrel of gunpowder. It couldn't be contained any longer. Mo Tianyun's stand was flooded with banana peels, fruit cores, and other things in the blink of an eye. There were also many people who took off their shoes and threw them over. There were also some strange things. Mo Tianyun's stand had opened a grocery store in an instant. There were only things that one couldn't think of. The strangest thing was that there were also a few underwear that had been thrown over. They still carried body temperature and the smell of cosmetics. It was hard to tell where they had come from. The master of ceremonies was somewhat at a loss as to what to do on the stage. It was useless for him to shout now. The match couldn't be carried out. The excited crowd couldn't hear him no matter what he said. Duke Yu, who was beside Chu Yang, wrinkled his brows. Then, he suddenly let out a long and loud shout. Wind and thunder surged and suppressed the shouts of thousands of people in one fell swoop. Duke Yu scolded loudly. "What are you shouting for? Do you all want to die? Which one of you will come out and let me see?" "It's Duke Yu," the crowd cried out in a low voice. Everyone's face was still full of indignation, but they didn't dare to jump out and cause trouble. "Duke Yu? Ah, fuck. This guy will kill someone if he says one more word. Moreover, Jun Shizhu is also here. Fuck. How could everyone forget about this?" Duke Yu looked around and said, "People of Dark Bamboo, listen to my orders. Maintain order on the stage. Kill whoever dares to make a ruckus." His voice carried a heavy, murderous aura. Everyone could hear it clearly. "Yes, Master Yu." All the people of Dark Bamboo shouted together. Everyone was silent out of fear. Chu Yang exclaimed in his heart. The people of Dark Bamboo would maintain order. It was much more effective than Ao Xieyun and the other righteous people. The master of ceremonies heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he hastily shouted, "Match number 1. Luo Ku Di of Luo Clan versus Li Hong Tu of Li Clan." Luo Kadi let out a loud howl, and Xing Shui struggled to stand up. He looked up to the sky and howled a whoa. "It's finally my turn." At this moment, Gaosheng suddenly laughed out loud. He stood up and said loudly, "GMO, it's 2 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw now. Let's skip Luo Kudi's match. You and I will decide the winner directly. How about it?" He smiled and said, "GMO, you know that a fight between you and me is inevitable. So, why don't we settle it here? Show your courage in front of all the heroes of the world and fight with me." Everyone cursed Gao Sheng for being shameless when these words came out. It was obvious that Li Hongtu was no match for this newly promoted king-level Master Wolfsword. So, Gao Sheng was clearly avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial by mentioning this point. "Gao Sheng, do you want to save your face?" Huyan Aobo stood up in another direction. Her face was full of anger. "Snatch someone's love? How can you say that?" Luo Kudi was also furious. "Gao Sheng, what do you mean?" Gao Sheng didn't answer. He only looked at GMO. GMO laughed out loud. He stood up and said loudly, "Gao Sheng, I was just about to teach you a lesson. You're a flashy bastard who occupies the latrine but doesn't take a shit." Huyan Aobo's face turned black. She fiercely looked at GMO. Then, she sat down angrily. "Occupying the latrine but doesn't take a shit? What do you mean? GMO, you're dead." Huyan Xiao Hui thought angrily in her heart. He doesn't know how to talk. This bastard's mouth must be taught a lesson. Chu Yang looked at Gao Sheng and said in a low and hurried voice, "GMO, don't forget what I said." GMO nodded. He pursed his lips and said, "Don't worry, big brother. I will win." This match isn't optimistic. Duke looked at GMO and then looked at Gao Sheng. He frowned. With his insight, he could naturally see that although GMO had rushed up quickly, his foundation was not enough. Gao Sheng, on the other hand, was fighting steadily and surely. Both of them were second-grade king-level masters. But Gao Sheng was at the peak of second-grade king level, and GMO was at second-grade king-level master. There was a big difference between them. "I think GMO will win," Chu Yang said confidently. "There may be twists and turns, but he will win in the end." Are you so sure? Yu suspiciously looked at GMO and Gao Sheng. He reevaluated in his heart and felt that Gao Sheng had a bigger chance of winning. He couldn't help but doubt Chu Yang's words. He could see everything clearly at a glance. There wouldn't be any accident. Brother Yu, why don't we make another bet? Let's add some stakes? Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. He looked at Duke Yu's eyes as if he had found a mountain of gold. Chapter 466. Bet? Duke Yu tilted his head and looked at Chu Yang. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. If it was someone else, Duke Yu would definitely bet without hesitation. But the one in front of him was Chu Yang. Duke Yu had long been wary of this fellow's elusive methods. His eyes flickered as he thought for a while. Finally, he felt confident. Even if GMO had super powerful methods or exquisite sword moves like Chu Yang's, or even if he could make Gao Sheng panic, the final victory might not be able to surpass his level. He asked, "What do you want to bet?" The sword spirit hurriedly reminded him in his mind, "White crystals. Bet his white crystals." What the Tribulation Sword needs the most now is not the more high-end purple crystals, but white crystals. Chu Yang smiled and understood. He said, "How many white crystals do you have?" Duke Yu's eyes flickered. He said unhappily, "Are you looking down on my white crystals? How big is your appetite? You're asking me how many I have. I'll bet as much as you have." Chu Yang was very calm and composed. He was very rich now. In the tribulation space, there were 2 rare herbs, Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng, and piles of mysterious jade ice crystals and mysterious yang jade. Any one of them was a rare treasure in the world. When it came to gambling, he was not afraid of anyone. "I don't have many white crystals." Duke Yu looked at him with some ridicule. "But I only have a few tens of thousands of them. And there's a white crystal mine. You want all of them? What are you betting with?" The sword spirit quickly calculated in his mind. His face was shining. Tens of thousands of white crystal mine. This is going to be rich. If the Tribulation Sword absorbed all of them, it would be able to upgrade by a whole level. A piece of mysterious jade ice crystal and a piece of mysterious yang jade. The sword spirit gave the price. Both of them are the size of a fist. Chu Yang almost fainted. "You want to bet Duke Yu's entire white crystal mine with just a piece of mysterious jade ice crystal and a piece of mysterious yang jade? Don't worry, just say it like that." The sword spirit was full of confidence. Duke Yu should be practicing the Shadow Sect. Although these 2 pieces of jade are not worth such a high price, he will definitely bet. He thinks this is what he needs the most right now. White crystals are just a burden to someone like him. "What are you betting against me?" Duke Yu looked at Chu Yang playfully. He found it somewhat funny in his heart. When did I start using my wealth to smash people? However, Duke Yu felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart when he saw that the little girl was left speechless. "This is the most precious thing I have." Chu Yang sighed. "If you're satisfied, then let's make a bet. If you're not satisfied, then just pretend that I didn't say anything." Chu Yang reached into his bosom and fished it out. Then, he hung his head dejectedly and said, "Only these 2 pieces are all of my assets." Duke Yu was smiling smugly when he saw the things that Chu Yang took out. His mouth suddenly opened wide, and his eyes bulged out. In Chu Yang's palm, there were 2 fist-sized pieces of jade stacked together. The top piece emitted a faint chill, while the bottom piece emitted a faint warmth. One hot, one cold, one yin, one yang. It seemed as if an absolutely balanced cycle had been formed in Chu Yang's hands. A misty white and warm moisture rose up from Chu Yang's palm. It didn't disperse, and just floated there. Mysterious jade ice crystal, mysterious yang jade. Duke Yu's eyes were fixed. His Adam's apple moved up and down as if he was swallowing something. "Is it okay?" Chu Yang asked somewhat nervously. "I know it's a little too little. I can't do anything if you don't want to make a bet." "It's a little too little. These are a lot." Duke Yu said emotionlessly. "Let's make a bet." "How can I not make a bet?" "I'll make a bet. A real man keeps his word. I won't regret a promise even if I die 100 times." "Then let's make a bet?" Chu Yang asked with certainty. "Let's make a bet." Duke Yu anxiously snatched the mysterious jade ice crystal and mysterious yang jade. He fondled them lovingly and said, "I'll take care of the gambling capital. I'll be the notary. You don't have to worry, right?" Haha, you don't have to worry. Chu Yang was speechless. You're participating in the bet. You're the party involved. You're the notary? Is there such a saying in the world? Don't worry. Yu patted his shoulder and said, I won't let you make a loss. If you lose, these things will be mine. Then, I'll compensate you with 1,000 white crystals. If you win, I'll exchange all my white crystals with you. How about it? Chu Yang was furious. This guy's words were too shameless. What do you mean by if I win? I'll bet all your white crystals. Chu Yang flew into a rage. Hey, it's meaningless if you're anxious, isn't it? Yu said shamelessly. You see, these 2 pieces of jade are already in my hands. You can't do anything even if I run away with them, right? But my character is good. Not only did I not run away, I even stayed behind to gamble with you. Moreover, I'll compensate you if I win the bet. I won't go back on my word if I lose the bet. You should be grateful to me. There are many people who kill and rob in these 3 days. How many of them talk about integrity like me? Yu said. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fine, you'll take them away if you win the bet. You'll still take them away if you lose the bet. Talk about integrity? Brother, if you go into business, you'll definitely be as rich as a country. Fine, but I have a request. Chu Yang finally revealed his foxtail. Since you've taken advantage of me, I'll naturally have my own request. If you lose, I'll go to your treasury and personally inspect the goods. In addition, I'll also take away the purple crystal core that you owe me in the lower 3 heavens. Yu was displeased. Do you think I'll go back on my word? Chu Yang thought, you still have the face to say this? What you're doing right now is going back on your word from start to finish. What do you think? Chu Yang sneered. Yu reached out and put his arm around his shoulder. As if they were good brothers, he said, Fine, it's settled then. It's a deal then. Hee, then no matter who wins or loses, these 2 pieces of jade will be mine. This Duke will not decline this responsibility. Haha, who asked me to be the most qualified in the lower 3 heavens? Don't you think so? Chu Yang turned his face away and spat. He really had nothing to say. Emo Qingwu, who had been listening to their conversation in his arms, raised her head and looked at Yu angrily. You're really too bad. You actually cheated my brother Chu Yang's things. In my opinion, you should return these 2 pieces of jade to brother Chu Yang. Then, no matter who wins or loses, you should give all the things in your treasury to brother Chu Yang. Yu glared at this little girl. Finally, he spread his hands helplessly and said, I'm a little unreasonable, but I'm not as unreasonable as you. You're the unreasonable one. Emo Qingwu said fiercely. Fine, I'm unreasonable, Yu dejectedly admitted. Then, he turned around and went to sit with Gu Duxing, far away from this troublesome place. From afar, he could still hear the little girl pouting and muttering in dissatisfaction. This is too unreasonable. Yu staggered and almost fell to the ground. In Chu Yang's mind, the sword spirit was very happy. He said, You'll be rich as long as you win this round. What do you mean? Chu Yang asked in puzzlement. There are so many white crystals. The essence contained in them can allow the tribulation sword to break away from the level of ordinary metals like gold, silver, copper, and iron. It can be upgraded to a spirit sword. Once it becomes a spirit sword, you can treat Emo Qingwu's injuries. The sword spirit tempted. I can treat her injuries now. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Doesn't this require an extremely safe space? Nonsense. If you treat her injuries now, of course, you can heal her 3 meridians. But the greatest effect of the heavy pill will be wasted. The sword spirit rolled his eyes. But after upgrading to a spirit sword, I can use the heavy pill to connect her 3 meridians. Then, I can seal the medicinal efficacy in her body. As she progresses level by level, it will gradually increase. Then, when she reaches the Emperor level, the medicinal efficacy in her body will completely explode, and she will rush to the Monarch level in one fell swoop. This is the true power of the heavy pill. Moreover, as long as you do this, not only will her cultivation speed far surpass that of any so-called genius, but it will also play a life-saving role in critical moments. The sword spirit snorted and said, "That's all. You decide. If you insist on treating her injuries at this time, I won't stop you." Chu Yang was overjoyed. He said, "What else is there to say? Of course, I have to get the white crystals first. Anyway, I will rely on Dukyu to get the white crystals after the fight. It won't take much effort." Haha. The sword spirit looked at him in disdain. Then, he sank into his consciousness and didn't speak. Jimo's appearance was somewhat low-key. He walked down step by step. He secretly adjusted his strength with every step he took. He knew that the gap between him and Gaosheng wasn't small. Therefore, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. He tried hard to control his temper. He didn't want to waste any bit of his strength outside of the fight. Flying down was naturally very glorious. But GMO didn't want to waste this little bit of strength. After all, this was related to his marriage. Who would his wife belong to? Gaosheng didn't have any psychological pressure whether he won or lost. But he couldn't do the same for himself. Gaosheng had been waiting on the field for a while. But GMO was still walking down at a moderate pace. He couldn't help but say angrily, "Can you be faster?" GMO rolled his eyes. "What does it matter to you whether I'm fast or slow? Are you that anxious to get beaten up?" He was cautious in his heart. But he didn't want to suffer a loss with his mouth. He remembered Big Brother Chu's teachings in his heart. You must be calm. Don't be anxious. Of course, it would be more ideal if you could scold Gaosheng until he became anxious. Go ahead. I believe in your eloquence. Gaosheng sneered and said, "GMO, are you afraid? What's wrong? You have the guts to do it, but you don't have the guts to bear the consequences?" Ha ha ha, Gaosheng, this sentence of yours is ridiculous. What do you mean by having the guts, but not the guts to bear the consequences? GMO let out a long laugh. Do you think that such a big occasion would have happened if I hadn't agreed? This sentence was true. Gaosheng had proposed a challenge. But there wouldn't have been this grand occasion if GMO hadn't agreed. GMO said in a loud voice, "I, GMO, have come at least. I, GMO, have come at you. At least. I, GMO, dare to take responsibility. I dare to love. I dare to fight for my woman. At least. I, GMO, am not like some people who run away from an engagement. If you don't want to, then just say that you don't want to, right? No one is forcing you. But you're still dragging it out. You won't cancel the engagement." "Why?" GMO roared. "You've taken a fancy to the Huyin clan's status and wealth. Do you think that the heroes of the world are stupid? That they can't see your intentions?" "Everyone, don't you think so?" GMO raised his voice and roared. Thousands of people responded in unison, "Yes." GMO became even more complacent. He waved his hand in all directions in a very graceful manner. He assumed the role of a leader. Then, he continued to speak eloquently. "Gaosheng, you covet strength and covet wealth. This is human nature. Even if you say it out loud, you'll only say that your character isn't good. But what you shouldn't do the most is to ruthlessly delay a woman's youth while coveting everything. How much is a woman's youth? You're hogging it like this, but you don't have any follow-up. Are you still human?" Gaosheng's lips trembled with anger. He pointed his finger at GMO. You're talking nonsense. I'm Gaosheng. How can I be that kind of person?" "You are." GMO bellowed condescendingly. He saw that Gaosheng still wanted to refute him. So, he continued to shout, You are. Tens of thousands of people roared with laughter. Then, thousands of people joined in the fun and shouted, You are. Huyin Albwa stood in a daze in the Huyin clan's camp. She looked at GMO from afar. She suddenly felt sad and moved in her heart. GMO raised his hand in a dignified manner. "Everyone, this brother hasn't finished speaking." Ha ha ha. "Second Master G, please speak." Everyone burst into laughter, but they didn't make any noise. "I, GMO, have spared no effort. I have traveled thousands of miles. I have traveled through the stars and the moon. I have come here to participate in this battle for the sake of my beloved daughter. Why? GMO looked up and roared. It's because of the true feelings in my heart. A woo dog ant. Tens of thousands of people shouted at the same time. For the true feelings in my heart. A woo dog ant. Then, someone quietly asked the person beside him, Brother, this dog ant, what is she? That person was waving his arms and shouting. But, he replied in a bad mood, how would I know what she is? You go and ask Second Master G. Then, he continued to wave his arms and roar, for the true feelings in my heart. A woo dog ant. GMO walked down a few steps in high spirits. Then, he waved his arms and shouted, I will rescue my beloved daughter from the evil young master's hands. I will give her happiness. I will give her a future. I won't let some evil people with ulterior motives succeed in their schemes. A woo dog ant. Tens of thousands of people shouted in unison, Second Master G is mighty. A woo dog ant. GMO was in high spirits. He waved his arms. His entire face was impassioned. He suddenly felt his blood boiling. He raised his hand towards the sky and roared, Heaven, give me strength. Let me defeat evil. Let me save her. Protect her. Accompany her. Give her happiness. Then, he suddenly roared in an earth-shattering manner, Make her my wife. A woo. Everyone was boiling over. The entire audience was boiling over. Who had ever seen such a bold courtship in this day and age? Huyen Aobo looked at GMO with boundless tenderness in her eyes. Many womenfolk of the Huyen clan had also arrived behind her. They were hugging their shoulders and saying that this was too corny. But their eyes were flashing with deep envy. Gao Shang was fuming with anger at this moment. His body trembled, and he almost spouted a mouthful of blood. Fuck. GMO, have you come here to fight? Or to sing? Chapter 467. GMO walked down from the top. Halfway down, he had already stirred up the crowd's emotions. At first, only the people from the Gu, Luo, Dong, and Ji clans, and those who had bet on GMO were cheering. But later on, the entire crowd was cheering. Even those who had bet on Gao Shang were cheering. Because GMO's words had struck a chord in everyone's hearts. It's understandable for you to pursue power and wealth. But you can't force a girl you don't even like to get all these for power and wealth. Not only are you letting down the two great clans and that girl, you're also letting down yourself. Then what right do you have to fight for all these? You actually want to duel with someone because of this? I bet on you because I want to win money, but this doesn't mean that I don't despise your character. I'll scold you, I'll boo you, but as long as you win, I'll still take the money. I'll praise you, I'll support you. But if you lose, I'll still compensate you. What's wrong with that? Therefore, Second Master G's prestige grew. As he walked down, he waved his hand gracefully. His face was radiant, and he was so moved that his buttocks were unconsciously swaying. Hence, he started to sing this song, swaying his hips and even walking with his feet splayed outwards. He was as steady as a mountain as he walked down the stairs. We must win. Second Master G raised his arms and shouted. We must win. The crowd shouted in unison. We must defend our true love. Second Master G took 2 steps forward and continued to shout in a majestic manner. Defend our true love. The crowd shouted together. We must defeat the devil. Second Master G continued to work hard. Defeat the devil. The crowd's emotions grew more and more excited. Whoa. Second Master G waved his arms. His lips curled up, and he let out a standard wolf howl. Whoa. The crowd howled together. Dog ant. Second Master G was so excited that he couldn't tell north from south. He swayed his buttocks and jumped. Dog ant. The crowd was boiling with excitement. Below, Gao Shang was so angry that his hands and feet were cold. His face was sallow, and his lips were trembling. He looked at the incomparably cool GMO with hatred. With a cracking sound, one of his teeth was crushed. If I can't kill you, I'll. Gao Shang thought frantically. On the spectator stand, Chu Yang looked at Dukyu. Are you still sure that Gao Shang will win? Dukyu let out a long sigh. I can't be sure. Now that GMO was in the limelight, Gao Shang was so angry that he became impatient. He will not be able to maintain his icy state of mind during the battle, and the outcome will be hard to predict. Chu Yang chuckled mischievously. He pointed at the boiling crowd and said, "These are all forces. They are also important conditions for the decisive battle. The saying, 'the more the merrier,' isn't just for show." Duke Wei said, "There's nothing wrong with using such methods. However, it's still somewhat despicable." Chu Yang sneered. "This is a decisive battle. He had to make use of every possible factor to attack the enemy. Was that enough? It was far from enough. Just wait and see." GMO finally walked down from the grandstand. Then, he arrogantly stepped onto the field. He walked for a full hour on this path. This made Gao Shang, who was waiting below, miserable beyond words. When Gao Shang saw GMO come down, he immediately became angry. 3,000 flames of anger rushed into his heart. "GMO, prepare to die." He rushed out after he finished speaking. "Wait," GMO roared. He stretched out his hand and gestured for him to stop. Gao Shang stopped and asked angrily, "What are you doing? Why haven't you said start?" GMO said to the Master of Ceremonies with dissatisfaction, "Can't you see that young Master Gao can't wait to be beaten up?" Gao Shang's whole body suddenly trembled. "Fine, GMO. I will let you see who is the one who can't wait to be beaten up." The Master of Ceremonies had a strange look on his face. He finally raised his hand. "The battle begins." The Master of Ceremonies hadn't even finished speaking when Gao Shang rushed over impatiently. He rushed in front of GMO, and his fists blew the hair on GMO's forehead into a mess. "Wait!" GMO shouted like a thunderbolt. He stared at Gao Shang and stood motionless. Gao Shang was so angry that he had no choice but to stop. He gritted his teeth and said in anger, "What do you want to do again?" "Ah!" Who would have thought that GMO would suddenly throw a punch at Gao Shang's face? Gao Shang's nose started to bleed crazily, and his face started to bleed. Gao Shang felt a sharp pain, and his tear glands were affected. He could not open his eyes, and tears flowed out of his eyes. GMO laughed. "I said, wait. I need to make the first move." He did not show any mercy and continued to punch Gao Shang 3 times, followed by 2 kicks. He took advantage of the opportunity when Gao Shang was covering his face with his hands. Gao Shang was sent flying like a sandbag. The noisy venue suddenly became silent. Everyone saw this scene, and their heads were in a knot. They could not react. GMO caught up with Gao Shang at lightning speed. He then kicked Gao Shang's body in an awe-inspiring manner. Then, he proudly shouted, "Humph! You asterisk shoal." The Master of Ceremonies had said, "Start. And you actually listened to me when I asked you to wait? Ah, then why didn't you die when I asked you to? You asterisk shoal." Gao Shang rolled and crawled away. He was battered and exhausted. His whole body was in unbearable pain. He was so angry that his liver hurt. However, the gamblers in the stands finally understood. They started to curse, "GMO, you are so shameless. You sneak attacked." Then, someone retorted, "Bullshit. What's a sneak attack? This is a duel.0. The Master of Ceremonies had said that the duel would start. Who can be blamed for Gao Shang not being on guard? I can only say that he's asterisk shoal. There's nothing else to say. Would you be an accountant if you were in my place? Absolutely not. What this guy said was pure bullshit. In such a situation, if one was caught off guard, there was an 80% chance that someone would fall for it. However, these words had successfully instigated a rebellion. "Gao Shang, are you stupid? The duel has started. Are you still dreaming? Motherfucker. GMO asked you to stop, and you stopped? Why are you so obedient? He's your opponent, not your father. Io, my silver." Gao Shang was so angry that blood rushed to his head. He quickly jumped up and wiped his face. His handsome face was covered with blood. He looked ferocious and terrifying. He roared and crazily rushed over. "Hold on." GMO shouted loudly. However, Gao Shang didn't pay attention to him. He roared and rushed forward. However, he saw a sword light flash in front of his eyes. He felt pain on his body and hastily retreated. He felt a piercing pain. He lowered his head to look and couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. There was a sword mark on his chest. His flesh had been cut open, and his bones could almost be seen. You are despicable. Gao Shang was so angry that he became muddle-headed. This bastard had actually pulled out his sword without making a sound. I was so angry that I didn't notice when he pulled out his sword. I said wait, because I wanted to remind you. You haven't pulled out your sword yet? GMO innocently shrugged his shoulders. Fuck, I was being kind. Everyone, have you seen me? I kindly reminded him to pull out his sword. Who in the three heavens doesn't know that I, GMO, use a sword? He scolded me because of this. Everyone, you can't be a good person. You have a good heart. But you will be treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. Gao Sheng roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. GMO, you didn't make a sound when you pulled out your sword. It was clearly a deliberate sneak attack. The gamblers in the stands faintly felt that something was wrong. So, they immediately changed sides. Yes, your sword didn't make a sound. It was clearly a premeditated sneak attack. Everyone, I'm being wrongly accused. GMO turned around to let Gao Sheng see. You see, the entire three heavens knows that I use a sheathless sword. Where did I get a sheath? Thousands of people shouted at the same time. Yes, Second Master Ji's sword doesn't have a sheath. These thousands of people were clearly supporting him. However, the crowd didn't understand. So, they turned to blame Gao Shang. You motherfucker. Your opponent's sword doesn't have a sheath. You didn't know? You even got injured because of this? Gao Shang was so angry that his vision turned black. When did GMO use a sheathless sword? How come I didn't know? This is clearly a lie. But GMO had already rushed over energetically. Gao Shang, don't say that I bullied you in front of all the heroes in the world. Come. Let's have a fair fight. I won't take advantage of you. His words were so righteous that it inspired reverence. It attracted a round of applause. Gao Sheng's stomach twitched. He was so angry that he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. You first broke my nose and caused my vision to blur. Then, you took the opportunity to beat me up. Then, you almost crippled my leg with a sneak attack. You made me so angry that I spat out blood. Now, you want to have a fair fight with me? You even said that you won't take advantage of me? How can you take advantage of me? Gao Shang was so angry that the muscles on his face were twitching. He suppressed his anger and pulled out his sword. He couldn't wait to chop GMO into meat paste. GMO shouted as he dodged. Good sword. So despicable. Damn. Despicable. He jumped around like a nimble monkey. Gao Sheng shouted and increased the speed of his sword. He attacked GMO like a storm. GMO suddenly stopped talking. He seemed to be having a hard time fighting. In fact, he was having a hard time. Gao Sheng's cultivation was a notch higher than his. Even though he was in a state of frenzy, he was still very powerful. GMO was silent, and Gao Sheng was proud of himself. You are only good with your mouth. How can you be my opponent when we fight? They fought in silence for a long time. GMO was defending most of the time, while Gao Sheng attacked. GMO was about to be forced into a desperate situation. Gao Sheng's sword net had already formed a dense net. GMO suddenly screamed miserably. Ah! This scream was so sudden that the spectators were shocked. Their scalps went numb, and they felt a chill down their spines. Even Gao Sheng was puzzled. Where did he get cut? He looked over. His sword slowed down, and GMO used his sword to counterattack like a storm. As he attacked, he muttered, Fuck, I almost got cut. Chapter 468. Gao Sheng was furious. Knowing that he had fallen into a trap, he didn't say a word and attacked fiercely with his sword. GMO's toes lightly touched the ground, and his body quickly retreated backwards. Gao Sheng madly chased after him. GMO suddenly used all the strength in his body to fly backwards and widen the distance between them. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and looked behind Gao Sheng. Then, he shouted with grief and indignation on his face, Gao Cheng, don't tell me you want to bully me with numbers? This is in front of all the heroes of the world. Gao Sheng was furious. He turned his head and shouted, "Who told you to come?" But he didn't find anyone behind him. Following that, the sharp sound of a golden blade slicing through the air behind him made him realize that he had been tricked. It was already too late for him to turn around, so he swung his sword backwards with all his might. At the same time, he twisted his body and flew backwards while maintaining a weird posture. Two clang sounds were heard. Gao Sheng felt a strong force on his buttocks. GMO had ferociously kicked his buttocks, and he was sent flying in the air. Gao Sheng spat out blood in midair, not because he was beaten, but because he was angry. The pain in his body was far inferior to the grievance in his heart. GMO didn't wait for him to get up. Instead, he flew over with his sword in his hand. He shouted loudly, "Gao Sheng, stand up. Let's have a fair fight." Gao Sheng turned over and stood up. He wanted to vomit blood in his heart. She had enough time to stand up, but when he shouted, it seemed like he was deliberately leaving time for her to stand up. However, by the time he stood up, GMO had already arrived in the air with a sword light. Gao Sheng stood on the ground. This time, it was his turn to defend. GMO's sword light was like a tiger's. It carried a strong impact force. He didn't let his opponent off. His attacks were getting more and more intense. Gao Sheng was already suffering from internal and external troubles. He was so sullen that he wanted to die. Now that he was being suppressed and beaten, his heart felt even more uncomfortable. They only defended frantically, trying their best to find any opportunity to counterattack. However, GMO's attacks were like the Yangtze River. They were unceasingly flowing. Gao Sheng had a thorough understanding of the Ji clan's sword techniques before the decisive battle. But he discovered that GMO's sword techniques were often mixed with some strange sword techniques this time. Moreover, he had never seen these sword moves before, yet they were extraordinarily powerful. Every move he made left him in a sorry state. Dang 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 sounds kept ringing out. Gao Sheng continuously retreated step by step. GMO's figure continuously chased after him in the air. His imposing manner was very aggressive. Finally, his breath was exhausted. Gao Sheng sensed that the opponent's offensive was about to come to an end. So, he gathered his strength and prepared to counterattack. However, he saw GMO somersaulting backwards and flying far away. He shouted, "Don't say that I didn't give you fairness. Now, it's your turn to attack me." Gao Sheng, who was about to attack, suddenly saw stars in front of his eyes. His body swayed a few times. How shameless. If you didn't tell me, do you think I wouldn't know how to attack? Someone in the stands shouted loudly, "Second Master Ji. This is a decisive battle, Second Master Ji. Don't give him a chance to catch his breath. You're so benevolent and righteous, but they won't appreciate it. Hurry up and attack, Second Master Ji." This guy was the one who had been forced to bet against GMO by Luo Kudi's sword. He couldn't help but shout when he saw that victory was in sight. His face was full of resentment. At such a crucial moment, he actually let his opponent attack? Ayaya, my Second Master Ji, he is your opponent in the final battle. Why are you still so particular about your demeanor? This guy couldn't wait to rush down and fight on behalf of GMO. My silver is about to fall into my hands. He couldn't imagine that GMO looked confident and at ease. But he didn't have the strength to attack. If he continued to attack, he would have been counterattacked by his opponent. And that would have been disastrous. Second Master Ji is so benevolent and righteous. Many people praised him. Especially when he was compared to Gao Sheng, Second Master Ji appeared even more heroic and straightforward. Gao Sheng had already suffered internal injuries. Moreover, he had been angered to the point of muddle-headedness. Then, he had been hit repeatedly. He had suffered a lot of punches and kicks. So, his internal organs had been severely shaken. The sword wound on his thigh was still bleeding. He heard that such a despicable person had used such a shameless method and had won the reputation of being benevolent and righteous. So, he couldn't help but roar, "You're talking nonsense. You're all talking nonsense." Wah! He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood as soon as these words came out of his mouth. His vision became blurry as he spat out this mouthful of blood. His body was on the verge of collapse. Gao Sheng lost. Dukyu looked at the field and pondered. He had seen Jimo's method clearly, but he didn't laugh. Instead, he was pondering. This method is very powerful, without shedding a drop of blood. Dukyu looked at Chu Yang. It's your doing, right? Chu Yang laughed and said, half of it. Gao Shang can be considered a rising star. His composure can be considered good. But he was angered to the point of insanity. If it had been someone else, they would have died from anger before they could even make a move. Dukyu sighed. It's not a brilliant plan, but it's extremely effective. Chu Yang smiled and said, of course, the most important factor is GMO himself. Dukyu was startled. Then, he laughed. Yes, yes. This plan would have been useless against GMO if he wasn't so thick-skinned. Emo Qingwu giggled. Brother Gmo's skin has always been the thickest. Dukyu's face turned serious as he said, you're wrong. Your brother Chu Yang's skin is 100 times thicker than your brother Gmo's. 1,000 times. Emo Qingwu pouted unhappily. She looked at Dukyu and snorted. But you still snatched my brother Chu Yang's things. Your skin is 1,000 times thicker than brother Chu Yang's. No, it's 10,000 times thicker. Dukyu pretended not to hear. He glared at the scene and ignored her. His face didn't change at all. He was indeed thick-skinned. On the scene, Gao Shang was gasping for breath. He felt that the world was spinning. He couldn't suppress his internal injuries any longer. He heard GMO shout from the opposite side. Are you coming or not? Are you coming or not? I'm giving you a chance. I'll count to 3. If you don't come, I'll go over. 1, 2, 3. I'm going over. I'm going over to hit you. I'm really going over to hit you. Fuck. Make a sound. Do you really want me to go over? Gao Sheng screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't wait for GMO to really come over. Then, he fainted. His body went soft, and he fell to the ground with a schwa sound. He was unconscious. GMO was startled. He looked at young Master Gao who had fallen to the ground. He thought, is this a trick? Therefore, he continued to shout, get up, get up. Second Master G is straightforward and upright. He is benevolent and righteous. He has noble character and unquestionable integrity. He has never attacked an enemy who has fallen to the ground. Get up, get up. However, Gao Sheng couldn't stand up no matter how much he shouted. Moreover, he couldn't hear him. Fortunately, he couldn't hear him. Otherwise, he would have fainted again. Did he really faint? GMO cautiously approached him and kicked him with the tip of his foot. But Gao Sheng didn't respond. Fuck. He really fainted? He really fainted? He really fainted. Fuck. GMO kicked him a few times, but he didn't get any response. So, he was finally sure that he had fainted. He couldn't help but touch his head. He was puzzled. I didn't hit you much. How did you faint? He stood there and pondered for a while. Then, he turned his head and said to the Master of Ceremonies, I seem to have one, right? Master of Ceremonies, does this count as my win? GMO was somewhat uncertain. He didn't fight back when I hit him? You won. The Master of Ceremonies was speechless as he replied. Well, you've also won here. Then, why don't you quickly announce that I've won? GMO glared at him and said, You're the Master of Ceremonies. But, you're somewhat slow. Why are you still standing there and dreaming? The Master of Ceremonies was so angry that he almost fainted. He hastily retreated a few steps. He calmed down and adjusted his breathing. Then, he shouted, The final battle. GMO wins. He didn't need to say it. Everyone knew it. That was because the audience was already in chaos. The sky had been turned upside down. Many people were wailing and crying. The money that they had accumulated through years of hard work had gone down the drain. This group of people had basically bet all their assets. Even if they still had pocket money on hand, they didn't have much left. Gao Shang's defeat was equivalent to these people losing their entire fortune. Many people started to curse, he's a piece of trash. He's so much older than his opponent. And he's a level higher than him. But he's not his opponent. Goddamn Gao Shang. He's making us lose money. These people had bet most of their fortune. But they still had some savings. But they were extremely angry in their hearts. Many people were crazily laughing. He won? He won. Fuck. He won. I didn't expect. These people had bet on GMO. Some people were remorseful, motherfucker. I would have bet more if I had known this earlier. I would have bet even with a high interest rate. I would have bet as much as I could. Motherfucker. These people were greedy and insatiable. The happiest person was obviously that fat man who had been forced by Luo Ku D to bet on GMO. He was dancing with joy at this moment. In fact, he didn't even know what his surname was. This is a great help. It's no wonder that fortune teller said that my life is good. I had already lost money, but someone pointed a sword at me, and I won. What is this if not good life? Of course, the most miserable person was undoubtedly young Master Emo Tianyun. Young Master Emo had also fainted the moment Gao Sheng had fainted. He hadn't woken up yet. Perhaps he would rather not wake up. After all, he would have had to face billions of debts if he woke up. What about the people of Gao clan? GMO finally remembered something important. Take out the marriage contract. Tear it up. Your marriage contract doesn't exist from now on. Only our love will exist. Everyone felt like vomiting. Gao Ming of Gao clan took out the marriage contract and handed it over to GMO in front of everyone. Then, he led his men to carry Gao Sheng out. Gao Sheng had already woken up, but he was so angry that his heart hurt. Moreover, he was extremely ashamed. So, he pretended to be unconscious as he was carried out. GMO tore the marriage contract to shreds. He raised his hands, and they turned into white butterflies. He then jumped up with a woo sound. I won. I won. Alba, you're my wife. Oh woo. Chapter 469. Odu Xiao and Xiedan Qiong signed an IOU. Everyone had a helpless and sullen feeling in their hearts. Emo Tianyun also lifted his brush, but he felt that the brush was extremely heavy. He couldn't write those words no matter what. Can I really afford it? How can I pay it back? I have almost emptied the clan's liquid funds, and I have mortgaged 4 of our 8 major industries. The Mo clan is rich and powerful, but these 2 brothers have been messing around with each other these past few years. So, it has become an empty shell, Brother Mo. Chu Yang smiled and said, it's just an IOU. It's only 525 million. Don't tell me that, Brother Mo. Ha ha, can't even come up with this amount of money? Emo Tianyun's complexion turned ashen. He wouldn't have done anything if he had come up with this amount of money under normal circumstances. But he had just lost more than 2 billion. And he had mortgaged 4 of his industries. So, his pockets were empty even if he had money. Ao Xieyun, Xiedan Qiong, and Odu Xiao looked at him with a hint of schadenfreude. You deserve it. You were greedy. You wanted to hog 1 billion for yourself. Now, you taste your retribution, right? Haha, Brother Chu. You see, can you be more lenient? Emo Tianyun clenched his teeth and said in a low voice. He had finally decided to put down his pride. After all, he had no choice but to lower his head under the eaves. Now, he was in the enemy's hands. So, what else could he do if he didn't show any weakness? Brother Emo, you're in the wrong here. Chu Yang interrupted him in annoyance. He then asked bluntly, do you have no money? It's indeed somewhat difficult. Emo Tianyun braced himself. That's right. I can also see that Brother Emo is definitely in trouble. Otherwise, you wouldn't have borrowed that 1 billion. Chu Yang sneered and said, but, Brother Emo, do you think that we can play this game of taking a white wolf without risking anything? My intelligence is beyond your expectations. And you, Emo Tianyun, aren't an idiot, right? Emo Tianyun retreated step by step, but Chu Yang pressed on step by step. You retreat 1 step, I advance 2 steps. His attitude was arrogant. His face was full of contempt. His eyes were full of disdain. I will kill you. I will anger you. I will play you to death. Chu Yang felt a burst of pleasure in his heart when he thought about how Emo Qingwu had been bullied by this guy. The other archdukes beside him were also gloating. They were having a great time. Normally, who would be able to force the number 1 successor of a large aristocratic family to such a sorry state? Emo Tianyun's complexion turned pale. He forcefully restrained his anger. He swallowed his anger and said, as long as Brother Chu is willing to extend the deadline by 10 days to half a month, this MO, no matter what, I will gather them for you. Ha ha ha. Chu Yang looked up to the sky and laughed. Then, he said ruthlessly, no matter what, you must give me this IOU today. Since he said 3 days, he couldn't delay it by even 2 hours. If Brother Mo is unwilling to pay up, I won't force you. There are many witnesses here. Gambling debts must be paid with one's life. This is the rule of the martial world. He sneered, his eyes shooting out a sharp light like a sword, and said in a low voice, Brother Mo, do as you see fit. Gu Duxing hugged his long sword and casually said, I can help Brother Mo. I can guarantee that you will die a quick and painless death. My sword is very fast. No one in the 3 heavens can deny this. Dong Wushang's eyes emitted a bloodthirsty light. He said, Mo Tianyun, I, Dong Wushang, can also help you. My saber is well known in the 3 heavens. As he spoke, his fighting spirit was rising. His murderous aura was surging. One of his hands was already holding the hilt of his saber. Xie Danxiong couldn't bear it. He stepped forward and said, Brother Chu. Chu Yang turned his head and said with an amiable smile, What? Does Brother Xie also want to pay the debt now? No problem. If Brother Xie can take it out now, I won't have any objections. No, it's fine. Xie Danxiong awkwardly wiped his sweat and retreated. Fuck, I was almost dragged in. This King of Hell Chu is really like the King of Hell. He revealed his true colors with just one sentence. Motherfucker, I can't afford to offend him, but I can't hide. There are 4 people on my side right now. But Ao Xieyun is free of debt. Moreover, Ao Xieyun and Mo Tianyun have never seen eye to eye. So, he will never help Mo Tianyun. Ao Xieyun is already very conscientious in not hitting someone when they are down. In case of a conflict, it would be equivalent to me, O Du Xiao, and Mo Tianyun facing Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, Luo Ku Di, GMO, and the unpredictable King of Hell Chu. This is simply courting death. Not to mention that I still owe them. I will have to carry this infamy for my entire life if I attack them now. O Du Xiao also didn't move since Mo Tianyun didn't move. O Du Xiao and Mo Tianyun didn't have any friendship. So, how could he offend his creditor for this guy? Luo Kudi shouted, Mo Tianyun, you motherfucker. Are you going to pay the debt? Or are you going to commit suicide? You should be sincere and say something. Everyone is very busy. This second master Luo spends billions every quarter of an hour. I can't afford to waste time with you. GMO turned his face away. His entire body twitched. Motherfucker. You spend billions every quarter of an hour. Luo Kadi really dares to brag. Look at his poor and destitute appearance. It's more like he spends dozens of copper coins every quarter of an hour. Mo Tianyun was in a difficult situation, for people from 4 sides were eyeing him covetously. It seemed as if they wanted to tear him apart alive. When had the dignified great young master of the Mo clan suffered such humiliation? Mo Tianyun wished that he could die. This is too shameful. This is too shameful. He was also secretly hating in his heart. Why doesn't this King of Hell Chu give me any face? How can a person do things so ruthlessly in Jianghu? I, Mo Tianyun, am a respectable person no matter what is said. He didn't know that Chu Yang was deliberately forcing him into a dead end. The more he forced him, the more uncomfortable he would feel. And the more Chu Yang would feel good. So, how could he be willing to be considerate of him? Mo Tianyun's complexion alternated between white and green. He wanted to roar several times. Fine, I'll stake it all. Who's afraid of whom? Isn't it just a life? If you want it, then take it. However, he didn't dare to do so when he thought of the consequences of taking action. And he also thought of the terrifying scene after Dukyu intervened. He thought for a long time. Then, he finally clenched his teeth and said, Fine, I'll write an IOU for you. 3 days it is. Yes, this is the boldness of a great young master. This is the boldness of the future clan lord of the Mo clan. This is Mo Tianyun, great young master Mo. Chu Yang's tone was eccentric. He ridiculed to his heart's content. Brother Mo is really flexible. He can be soft or hard. He can be rough or delicate. He can advance or retreat. He can go up or down. He's really a character. Luo could he held his stomach and laughed wildly. Big brother. Your words are too vivid. I'm thinking of second brother Gu. Gu Duxing flew into a rage. He kicked this bastard far away. Second young master Luo begged for mercy in midair. Spare my life. I'm talking about second brother Gu's second brother. Ji Imo and Dong Wushang's bodies twitched. Ao Xie Yun, Xie Danqiong, and O Du Xiao also tightly pursed their mouths. They were trying their best not to laugh. The dignified great young master of the Mo clan had been described as that thing? The fact that Mo Tianyun was humiliated to such an extent was a great anecdote of the upper three heavens. Mo Tianyun immersed himself in writing. Endless feelings of humiliation had rushed into his heart. His chest had almost exploded with anger. His face had almost turned purple. In fact, blood had almost seeped out of it. But he clenched his teeth and didn't say a word. Chu Yang had finished writing the IOU after a short while. Then, he carefully blew on the ink of Mo Tianyun's seal. He smiled with satisfaction. He shook it against the wind. Then, he carefully folded it in half and put it in his bosom. Then, he gently smiled and said, Brother Mo, let me remind you that you only have 3 days. He clicked his tongue as he said this. Then, he used a frivolous tone that could infuriate a person to death and said, I have to say that Brother Mo's handwriting is pretty good. Unfortunately, it's worthless. Otherwise, these few words would have been enough to repay the debt. Mo Tianyun's lips trembled. He firmly looked at Chu Yang. His eyes had almost turned red. He clenched his teeth and said, 3 days is 3 days. Don't tell me that I, Mo Tianyun, can forget about the world-defying heavens. No, no, no. I mean, Brother Mo, the one who will look for you to collect the debt won't be me, Chu Yang, but Duke Yu. Don't forget that he's the notary. If I don't look for him, who will I look for? Chu Yang sighed hypocritically. I won't be responsible if Duke Yu feels uncomfortable or unhappy and does something to you. Who asked him to be the notary? Mo Tianyun's face suddenly turned pale. However, if Brother Mo can't repay the debt, I have another solution. I have another solution. Chu Yang smiled faintly. What solution? Mo Tianyun fiercely raised his head. I heard that the Mo clan recently obtained a peerless saber. Chu Yang's smile seemed to contain bloodthirst. He gently and slowly said, the exact time should be 1.5 years ago? There is such a thing, right? Mo Tianyun fiercely took 3 steps back. He looked at Chu Yang dumbfoundedly. You? How did you know? Haha, you don't have to worry about this. I'm just reminding you. If you can't repay the debt within 3 days, you can give me that saber within a month. Chu Yang said, I'll suffer a little loss. There was no way that 3 days would be enough. Mo Tianyun had placed all his hopes on that saber. For Chu Yang, it was indeed a loss. Because that saber, as long as he had the materials, he could make it in half a day. Moreover, he didn't need to spend any money. It was just that these few days, he heard Mo Qingwu mumbling in her dreams, my saber, my saber, my saber. Chu Yang really couldn't bear it. He knew that the saber had an unusual meaning to Mo Qingwu. Moreover, Chu Yang's plan was not just to take back the saber. This was a sinister trap for Mo Tianyun. Mo Tianyun gritted his teeth. He had never felt so depressed in his life. He said, but that saber is my Mo clan's heirloom. Chu Yang smiled meaningfully. Family heirloom? Ha ha ha. Heirloom? Ha ha ha. His tone was light and extremely sarcastic. Mo Tianyun's face turned red. He shouted, what are you laughing at? Chu Yang's face changed. He coldly said, I don't care if it's an heirloom or not. You only have 4 choices. 1. Give me 525 million taels within 3 days. 2. This money will double in 3 days. The interest will compound. At most, it will compound for a month. 3. I want that saber. 4. Use your head to repay the debt. Chapter 470. Chu Yang coldly said, I think that Brother Mo should be smart enough to make this choice. I have absolute faith in your wisdom. It would be impossible to repay the debt within 3 days. If the interest rate were to double every 3 days, then it would be 1 billion for a day, 2 billion for a day, 4 billion for 12 days, and 5 billion for 15 days. Moreover, the interest would compound. Mo Tianyun might not be able to repay his debt even if he mortgaged all 3 days in 1 month. Mo Tianyun obviously wouldn't be willing to repay the debt with his head. Mo Tianyun left in a daze. He only left behind a few words before he left. I will give you that saber within a month. Chu Yang cruelly smiled as he looked at the back of Grand Duke Missouri. After Mo Tianyun left, Ao Xie also took his leave. He wanted to gather some of his remaining forces. Xie Danxiong and Odu Xiao also wanted to take their leave. But Chu Yang cordially asked them to stay. Brother Xie, Brother O, take care. I still have something to say. These two are very valuable. Wouldn't it be too easy for them to leave? What's the matter? The two looked at him vigilantly. They didn't dare to underestimate King of Hell Chu, who had just come up from the lower 3 heavens. This person's means can be described as terrifying. Chu Yang warmly smiled and said, I just want to remind you too that the world-defying heavens has the most. In fact, the two of you can also use other things to replace these silvers. You don't need to gather such a huge amount of silvers. So, I consider you two friends. Talking about money hurts your feelings, so let's not talk about money. Xie Danxiong and Odu Zhao's eyes lit up at the same time. They asked, Brother Chu, what do you mean? I mean, for example, some strange elixirs, precious crystals, and materials, for example, exquisite grass, intermittent root, 7-colored jade, purple crystal, red crystal, blue crystal, star iron, nightmare steel, volcanic silver, netherworld gold, I also want as much as I can get. It wouldn't be impossible for us to make another deal, if the two of you still have a lot of money on hand after paying off your gambling debts, even if it's a long-term cooperation. I'm also very willing to establish a cooperative relationship with 2 trustworthy friends. Chu Yang smiled reservedly. Don't worry. This Chu won't let the two of you suffer a loss. No matter if the two of you pay off your debt or if we trade after the debt is paid off, I'll buy it at a price 20% higher than the market price. If the materials are extremely rare, I will buy them all at double the price. What do you think? What Chu Yang didn't lack the most right now was gold, silver, and gold notes. He was extremely rich and overbearing. To him, these were just rubbish. He wouldn't feel the pinch no matter how much he threw away, not to mention exchanging it for some valuable materials. Before he could finish his sentence, the two men's eyes had already brightened up. When he finished his sentence, the words 20% higher than the market price had opened the eyes of the two men, and a golden path had appeared in their eyes, not to mention the subsequent doubling. How much is 20% of the market price? It could be said that if he sold something worth 1 billion yuan, he would have an additional 200 million yuan. How much wealth was that? The two great clans had hundreds of years of accumulation. These things could be said to be enormous. Some things were precious, but they couldn't be used. It would be a pity to throw them away. Moreover, the most important thing for the clans to develop their military power was money. Similarly, the most important things were the crystal stones, the inner cores of spirit beasts, and the elixirs that could assist in cultivation. Of course, these things were also rich. There was no problem in shifting them out a little. As for the so-called star iron, nightmare steel, volcanic silver, netherworld steel, and so on, they knew that these things were good, but they couldn't be used. There was nothing wrong with taking them out and selling them. The key point was that the price wasn't suitable. That's why they couldn't be sold. But this sucker before them was buying them at a price 20% higher than the market price. Wasn't this a good thing that was hard to come by? Good. It's a deal as long as Brother Chu keeps his word. Xie Danxiong and Odu Xiao felt as if a big stone had been lifted from their hearts. The clan's vitality had already been greatly damaged. So, the clan's business would inevitably be in a mess for at least a year if they were to fork out more than 500 million yuan. This was a big and fatal problem at this critical moment. However, there wouldn't be any problem if they were to use these things to pay off the debt. Brother Chu, when do you plan to make the deal? Both of them were somewhat impatient. Chu Yang smiled amiably and said, I remember that the Xie clan and the O clan are on the road to the north. We can make the deal at any time if we arrive there. Chu Yang chuckled. We might as well travel together. Moreover, I've heard that Dark Bamboo Duke Yu was born in the extreme north. Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and GMO looked at each other. They thought, it seems that Big Brother has made up his mind. He's going to talk about it along the way. Xie Danxiong and Odu Xiao left feeling happy and relieved. They couldn't help but be happy. Not only did they solve a crisis, but they also found a new source of wealth for the clan. Chu Yang smiled as he watched the two leave. Then, he turned his head towards GMO and said, GMO, you must remember that Mo Tianyun wants to steal the divine saber of the Mo clan. You must inform Mo Tianji in a timely manner. I believe that Mo Tianji will make Mo Tianyun very happy. But, you must also tell him that I must have Qing Wu's saber. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with a luster of determination as he spoke in a heavy and resolute manner. Big Brother, I'm afraid that your billions won't be enough to spend if you want to purchase these things. Gu Duxing hesitated. Do you want me to transfer some from the clan? GMO, Dong Wushang, and Luo Ku Di also nodded in succession. They clearly had the same idea. They didn't understand why Chu Yang wanted these things, but they chose to support him unconditionally. Big Brother can do whatever he wants. These were the thoughts of these people. Gu Duxing's words were very reasonable. Everyone knew that these strange things were treasures. There was no such market for them. However, their prices were sky-high. For example, a fist-sized piece of star iron was worth hundreds of thousands of silver taels. The more precious ones were like nightmare steel. A small piece was worth millions of silver taels. As for top-notch materials like red cloud steel, a piece the size of a human head should be worth tens of millions of silver taels. Although Chu Yang's current wealth was substantial, if he wanted to purchase all these things, it would be far, 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 far from enough. Chu Yang laughed mischievously. It's easy to not have enough silver taels. In the three heavens, the strong are respected. It's quite possible for us to plunder some wealth along the way. For example, we can steal, rob, and teach them a lesson. That's a source of wealth. The four brothers were stunned. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Big Brother, what should we do next? Luo Kudi was concerned about this question. Should we follow our clans, or should we form a gang on our own? Chu Yang said in a relaxed manner. This depends on what you guys think. I want to go alone. Dong Wushang said firmly. Me too. GMO said. Me too. Me too. Luo Kudi quickly responded. Tell me your reasons. Chu Yang knew that their so-called going alone meant that they wanted to be with him and leave their clans. Regarding this, he didn't show any expression. Chu Yang wasn't like his brothers who would give up anything for him. Therefore, he said, even if we follow our clans, we're still going in the same direction. We can still see each other every day. I don't feel well. Dong Wushang's eyes showed pain. I'm willing to give up everything for my clan. But there are some things that I can't bear. But I have no other choice. Chu Yang nodded in understanding. Dong Wushang should be talking about his elder brother, Dong Wu Lei. He pondered for a while. Then, he chose a fair angle and said, Wushang, your elder brother still loves you very much. However, there were some things that a person in power had to have. You have to understand this. It's because I understand that I'm in pain. Dong Wushang also sighed. Me too. Elder brother is very good to me, but my existence will threaten him. Luo Kudi raised his hand and said, also, what he did today makes me very uncomfortable. So, I have to leave for a few days to let him reflect. This was somewhat similar to a child's quarrel. His words made several people laugh. I don't want to go with the clan because my elder brother is too lazy. GMO hung his head dejectedly. The most diligent thing he's doing now is to think of ways to make me the Grand Duke in his place. I'm really scared. Can I be the clan lord with this kind of material? It's simply a joke. I don't want to care about the clan's trivial matters. I want to fight in the martial world, have no worries, hug my wife, go everywhere, go home when I miss home, be filial to my parents, stay for a few days, and then go out to have fun. This is the life I want. Everyone was speechless. You guys can easily follow your elder brother to have fun. But what about me? Gu Duxing was somewhat angry. Someone killed 2 people. The direct consequence is that I'm tied to the clan. Do you think I'll abandon the Gu clan? What's wrong with that? Luo Ku Di put his arm around his shoulder. We brothers will cover our faces and follow your Gu clan's troops. Then, we'll walk faster than the other clans. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds as long as we don't expose our identities? Jimo's eyes lit up and he said, You're right. Besides, our heavenly armament pavilion should be awe-inspiring in the 3 heavens. How about we all cover our faces or make masks? Then, we'll rob and steal together. Everyone's eyes lit up together. Good. We, the heavenly armament pavilion, will begin to show our faces from tomorrow onwards. Chu Yang pondered for a while and said, All right. Then, I'll make some small things tonight as the heavenly armament pavilion symbol. All the brothers cheered. Chapter 471. The troops of Dark Bamboo left Mt. Dingjun as soon as possible. They didn't even greet anyone before they left. Little you, how was our harvest this time? Jun Shizhu insipidly asked. Not bad. Our total income is more than 3 billion. We recruited 11 king-level experts and 45 venerable-level experts. Dukyu faintly smiled and said, Several emperor-level experts have appeared. However, they are all people of big clans. I have no interest in making a move against them. Jun Shizhu nodded with a smile and said, It's already good. The harvest this time was beyond my expectations. She pondered for a moment. Then, she changed the subject and said, You went to see that King of Hell Chu. If my guess is right, most of this fight should be King of Hell Chu's handiwork. What do you think? Dukyu frowned and said, Yes, I didn't see anything else. But King of Hell Chu's grasp of human nature is extremely accurate. Moreover, King of Hell Chu is a person who only believes in his own strength. The possibility of him accepting outside help isn't very big. Jun Shizhu replied with an oh. She then fell into contemplation. She said after a long while, Send someone to watch him. People always have weaknesses. And they always need help. It's better to do this than to say it in advance. This good karma must be formed. Dukyu sighed and said, It's not good to not form this good karma. After all, he's my creditor now. Creditor? Jun Shizhu twisted her eyebrows and said, You lost to him? Dukyu spread out his hands. Did you think that Gao Shang would lose to GMO before this fight? Jun Shizhu smiled. So, that's how it is. She pondered for a moment. She recalled the state of Gao Shang and GMO when they had first entered the arena. Then, she sighed and said, No. Dukyu sighed. I also thought that he wouldn't. So, I lost. Moreover, the most depressing thing is, that bastard Gao Shang obviously had a big killing weapon. But, he was defeated by anger. He didn't even use his killing move. That's why I'm so depressed. You mean that Gao Shang has successfully practiced that mysterious martial art of the Gao clan? Jun Shizhu's eyes turned sharp. He hasn't practiced it. He can practice it, Dukyu said, but it's easy to deal with GMO even though he has just entered the entry level. However, this martial art required a state of mind of ice and snow in order to unleash its power. The moment he went on stage, he was as angry as an exploding pig. How was he supposed to use it? I'm so angry, so angry. Thinking about how he had originally obtained those 2 pieces of jade at the lowest price, but now he had to pay such a high price. Moreover, all of this was because Gao Shang could win, but didn't. Dukyu wanted to vomit blood. It would be strange if King of Hell Chu didn't ferociously search my tongue on the way to the northernmost region given his personality. When Dukyu thought about how his wealth was about to shrink because of an injustice, he wanted to tear Gao Shang apart alive. Jun Shizhu faintly replied with an oh. Then, she began to ponder. It was unknown what she was thinking. Dukyu looked at her expression, examined the world-defying stage for a while, and said, How have you been recently? Jun Shizhu knitted her brows in a tired manner. She then said, I'm fine. Let's see if this spirit beast disappoints me or not. Dukyu revealed a pensive look in his eyes. He then said, I'm afraid that there's something fishy about the appearance of a spirit beast in the northernmost region this time. You have to be fully prepared. Jun Shizhu closed her eyes and said, What's not fishy? We've come here from a fishy place. You have to take good care of Alu when the time comes. You can make your move if I don't succeed. Dukyu exposed a warm smile and said, I'm going to Alu's side. Jun Shizhu didn't speak. Dukyu quietly disappeared. Chu Yang had been busy in the middle of the night to make this mask. It was neither gold nor silver and was extremely exquisite. It didn't feel suffocating when worn on the face. Instead, it felt relaxed and comfortable. Well, it was natural to prepare some heavenly weapons since it was the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Therefore, Chu Yang concocted a pile of short sabers and short swords. These sabers were truly short. In fact, they were almost pocket-sized. The longest one was as long as a palm, and the shortest one was as big as a finger. Finally, he made several tokens. Clouds and mist were curling up on them. A sword was flashing with golden light in the midst of the clouds and mist. It was faintly discernible. It was unparalleled in the world. The 3 words Heavenly Armament Pavilion were engraved in a flamboyant style. The word 1 was engraved in a circle at the bottom left. The first token of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion went all the way to the command token. Chu Yang decided that this should be it for the time being. The quality of the soldiers was more important than the quantity. The brothers would enter the world hand in hand. Early the next morning, Chu Yang issued this token to everyone. Gu Duxing was number 2, GMO was number 3, Dong Wushang was number 4, Luo Ku Di was number 5, and Ru Butong was number 6. Rue Butong wasn't here. So, Chu Yang kept his token for the time being. There's one thing you must remember. Chu Yang said seriously, there's a purple crystal space inside this token that can be opened. I've put a life-saving pill inside. If you encounter any unexpected situation, take the pill and escape immediately. He said heavily, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion belongs to our world-defying heavens. But I don't want you to get hurt. No matter what the situation is, you must remember that your life is the most precious. Missions and organizations are all fleeting clouds. I want to move unhindered with my brothers. I don't want to cry and take revenge while hugging my brothers' corpses. Do you remember? Yes. The 4 of them answered together. At this moment, everyone's eyes were shining. From these words, they could clearly feel Chu Yang's intentions. Next, everyone was given a short knife and a short sword. Although they were small, they could cut through iron like mud. They were even sharper than their own long swords. Luo Ku Di and GMO turned them over and over again. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing took a look and kept them. Then, the masks were given out one by one. The brothers' masks were all different. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing had grim expressions on their faces, while Luo Ku Di and Gu Duxing were smiling from ear to ear. As for Chu Yang himself, he was expressionless. Everyone liked it very much. Big brother, what's the purpose of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion? GMO asked. This question was obviously what everyone was most concerned about. They all raised their heads and looked at Chu Yang. The temporary purpose is to expand and recruit experts. The ultimate purpose is to conquer the 3 heavens. Chu Yang said casually, for us, as long as we quickly increase our strength, it should be very easy. It should be very easy. The 4 of them were dumbstruck as they looked at Chu Yang. Big brother Chu, these words are really easy to say. Among the younger generation, you can be considered as one of the best. But in the 3 heavens, I am nothing. Right now, we have to spread the name of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Chu Yang cautiously reminded, before your strength reaches a certain level, don't reveal your true identity. He didn't need to say this. Everyone understood. From today onwards, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion will take action. Then, in the near future, I will use all means to carry out special training for all of you. Chu Yang's eyes were burning. Your cultivation progress is really too slow. The 4 of them were speechless. Our current progress has already scared a lot of people in the 3 heavens. But, compared to Big Brother, it is indeed a little slow. The shortest is half a year. The latest is 1 year. Rush to the Emperor level. Then, rush to the Monarch level. Chu Yang's eyes were like lightning. train under my command. After a year, whoever is below the Emperor level will automatically become a logistician of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. They will serve the brothers. Any service. Even Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were surprised by such a goal. This was simply unrealistic, as if it was a dream. Even Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were confident that they could reach the Emperor level within 10 years. In fact, it would be very good if they could reach the Emperor level within 10 years. But Big Brother had actually proposed a goal of 1 year. Wasn't this too outrageous? Believe me, I can do it. I can make you do it. Chu Yang looked at the four of them. Before meeting me, did you think that you could reach your current level in such a short time? The four of them lowered their heads and pondered. Yes, before meeting Big Brother, who would have thought that they could reach the king level from the Great Master level in a year and a half? This was something that they wouldn't have dared to dream about. Chu Yang smiled mischievously. The facts will prove to you. It's useless to say more now. Do you still remember my training method? From today onwards, every day will be the same. Half of you will go out, and the other half will train, and so on. And so, the matter was settled. They had been hurrying on the road for the entire day. The Gu clan had already pulled some distance away from the other clans. It was worth mentioning that Chu Yang had gotten 5 pieces of star steel, each weighing 500 kilograms. Then, he had given each of them 1 piece to carry on their journey. They weren't allowed to ride horses. They could only walk on foot. Dong Wushang was the most miserable. That was because he had a huge saber weighing 570 kilograms. Moreover, Chu Yang had a strict rule. Even if you die of exhaustion, you mustn't breathe carelessly. Chu Yang also carried a piece of star steel on his back. Imo Qingwu followed beside Chu Yang, smiling cheerfully. She accompanied him all the way. Whenever she saw sweat on Chu Yang's forehead, she would quickly take out a handkerchief and carefully wipe it for him. Chu Yang had wanted to let her sit in a carriage, but the sword spirit firmly stopped him. Let her run. Slowly exhaust her physical strength and martial arts until her 3-in meridian reaches its limit. Then, let her injuries flare up again. That way, we can treat her in advance. After running for the entire morning, when it was time for lunch, even someone like Gu Duxing didn't sweat anymore. At first, he used his spiritual energy. Later on, his spiritual energy was used up. Then, he used his physical strength. Then, his physical strength was used up again. Just by running for the entire morning, Gu Duxing actually felt that he had broken through the limits of his physical body a few times. Dong Wushang was even worse. When he was eating, his legs were trembling slightly. He drank half a vat of water in one go. When GMO and Luo Ku Di arrived, they almost fainted. They hurriedly wanted to take this big thing off their bodies, but they were sternly stopped by Chu Yang. Eat, drink, and rest. No one is allowed to take it off. This sentence made GMO and Luo Ku Di howl in grief at the same time. This chapter is a bit dull as a foreshadowing and a wedge for the subsequent plot, but it can't be too little. I tried to write it as simply as possible. I revised it for a long time. But this chapter really can't be written other than preparation and foreshadowing. Chapter 472. Chu Yang was also very tired, but he had to endure it. If he showed any signs of not being able to bear it, then this training session would end without any results. They ate lunch and rested for more than an hour. This little bit of time was insignificant for the 4 people who had just been tortured. In the afternoon, they started to run for their lives again. Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, GMO, and Luo Ku Di were even more desperate. Because Boss Chu had said, "When you guys were martial great masters, I was a martial warrior. But now, we are at the same level. You guys are not working hard, so it can be seen from this. From now on, if my cultivation is 1 level higher than yours, then I will add another 100 kilograms to your back. If you are 2 levels higher, then you will add another 100 kilograms, and so on and so forth." These words made the brothers speechless. Chu Yang's speed was monstrous. Wouldn't they be looking for trouble if they tried to compete with him? But Boss Chu was right. They were also human. Their fast progress was due to their diligence. If they were overtaken again, they would lose face. The consequence of this was that by the afternoon, the few of them were on the verge of collapsing. After eating dinner, they rested until their bodies were no longer sweating. Chu Yang then showed mercy and let the brothers put down the star iron. Once they put it down, their bodies immediately became light as if they were about to fly away. Luo Ku-di lay on the ground facing the sky and let out a long sigh. He sighed and said, "This is happiness." GMO looked at him with disdain. He really didn't have the strength to say anything. "Damn it, you don't feel happy even when you eat all kinds of delicacies. Today, you put down a big stone and you are happy. I can't help but want to add 2 sentences here, not counting the words. When I was in the army, I trained for more than 12 hours a day. Every day I was so tired that I wanted to die. But when I lay on the bed at night, I immediately felt a kind of touching happiness, especially when my back touched the bedboard. I felt so happy that I almost fainted. Haha, I miss that feeling so much." After resting for a while, Chu Yang, the highest leader of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, took Dong Wushang and GMO out. The 3 of them started to make a name for themselves. Only Gu Duxing and Luo Ku-di were left in the Gu clan's tent. Gu Duxing sat cross-legged in meditation, working hard to circulate his energy. He could feel that today's training had made him extremely tired. Although he had broken through a few limits, there was no obvious effect. Instead, it made his body more burdened. She recalled Chu Yang's words. This kind of training will definitely be difficult to adapt to in the beginning, but once he got used to it, it was only after 7 days that he could clearly see where his improvement was. All his sweat was not for nothing. Luo Ku-di, on the other hand, was pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. The 10 sovereigns of the Gu clan looked at their young master and his friends with a complicated expression. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration. No one dared to even think about such training. It would really tire them to death. However, these youngsters didn't hesitate and risked their lives. Even when they were young, when they were most fearless, how many of them were able to do this? He had become a king-level expert at the age of 10 or 20. So, how could he have achieved it by relying on his family's status and luck? Then, Gu Duxing began to talk to the 10 king-level experts of his clan one by one. He wanted to understand everyone's mentality and arouse everyone's lofty sentiments. Gu Duxing had a thought: tie the Gu clan to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's world-defying heavens. This might be the only way out for the Gu clan. During these days in the upper 3 heavens, Gu Duxing felt the awkwardness of the Gu clan. Almost every other clan had an emperor-level expert overseeing the clan. Only the Gu clan didn't have one. It was true that he was doing well among the younger generation of the upper 3 heavens. But what would he do if the emperor-level expert of the other clans made a move? Therefore, many clan masters couldn't compare to him at all. But their backs were strong. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation. It was completely due to their solid foundation. Foundation. This was the true wealth of a clan. Wanting to rely on one's own efforts to develop the clan was simply unrealistic. But the Heavenly Armament Pavilion had created such an opportunity. Gu Duxing firmly believed that Chu Yang would definitely lead the Heavenly Armament Pavilion into the upper 3 heavens. If the Gu clan's experts could enter the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, it would be better than fighting alone. Then, it would be much better than fighting alone. Moreover, it could also be considered as giving an account to his foster father. Therefore, Gu Duxing put all of his efforts into the 3 words Heavenly Armament Pavilion. If it succeeded, it would succeed. If it didn't, it would be a struggle for him and his brothers. Whether it succeeded or not, having this experience in this life, having such a magnificent feat, and having brothers to accompany him, he would have no regrets in this life. Recently, there was news from the clan that Sister Xiao Miao's situation had improved a lot. With his rising fame, Sister Xiao Miao had been released from the cold ice cave. But she was confined at home and was not allowed to show her face in public. It was obvious that the old guys in the clan were still angry. But Gu Duxing was already very satisfied in his heart. He was very relieved. Wait until I reach the emperor level. I will immediately marry Sister Xiao Miao. Be my wife. As for those old fogies in the clan, they can retire. While Gu Duxing was working hard, Chu Yang and the other 2 were also wantonly sweeping and robbing. Along the way, everyone was going to the extreme north. None of them were mediocre. Of course, the value of their belongings was also not low. From time to time, some of them would come alone or in groups of 3 or 5. Then, they would be captured and robbed. Moreover, the robbers were very open and aboveboard. They would wear strange masks, throw down the 3 words Heavenly Armament Pavilion, and swagger away. Only the people who had been robbed were left behind. They wanted to cry, but had no tears. Some of them resisted fiercely. In fact, some of them even put their lives in danger. From this night onwards, this road was bound to be filled with fear and trepidation. The powerful appearance of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion and the actions of the hoodlums and robbers had made countless people's complexions change. When the news of a 7th-grade king-level expert being robbed came out, everyone was full of shock. Heavenly Armament Pavilion. What kind of organization is this? It was already late at night. Everyone was quietly resting. Suddenly, a white shadow came from behind. It was faintly discernible and graceful. It was like an immortal riding on the waves. It suddenly descended from the sky with the wind. This person was a graceful woman. Moreover, it was obvious that she had chased them from Mt. Dingjun. She had broken into the camps of several clans along the way. After entering, she asked, "Who knows Chu Yang? Is Chu Yang here?" At most, she would add an explanation. "He is the man who has just exposed the evil of the Meng clan on Mt. Dingjun." Most people didn't know who Chu Yang was. Therefore, she inquired and chased him all the way. She finally caught up with the people of the Ao clan when the curtain of night fell. This woman's cultivation was very high. At least, the experts of the Ao clan felt that her aura was very strong. They couldn't match her strength. Therefore, Ao Xieyun personally came out to negotiate. "Chu Yang." Ao Xieyun frowned. "Why are you looking for him?" "I want to settle an account with him." That woman snorted and replied, "He isn't here. You can look for the teams of the Ji clan, Luo clan, Gu clan, and Dong clan if you want to look for him. Brother Chu must be in one of those clans." Ao Xieyun politely pointed out the direction. Therefore, the white-clothed woman immediately left. Then, she looked for the slowest Ji clan. Grand Duke Ji Zhu was drowsy. So, he obviously didn't know. Therefore, she left and went forward. This woman was Yang Ruolan. She had just returned from the lower 3 heavens. After passing through the lower 3 heavens, she naturally wanted to settle the account with that heartless man of her junior sister. She had never seen such a heartless man before. Not only did he not have the slightest bit of tenderness and sweetness, he even acted as if he did not know anything at all. There were many things that he didn't know. But could he be irresponsible just because he didn't know? That was his child. Yang Ruolan remembered that she had lost her child and had been depressed all these years. She had always been frowning. She had wanted to find her child, but hadn't been able to. So, she hated these irresponsible people who didn't know how to cherish their child. How enviable was this familial happiness that everyone envied? How could you be so wasteful? Yang Ruolan really wanted to grab Chu Yang and ask him, "Are you still a human? Do you still have any conscience?" After passing by the teams of the Luo clan and the Dong clan, Yang Ruolan finally had a clear target. It seemed that he should be at the Gu clan. The next step was easy. After passing by a team, she asked, "Are they from the Gu clan?" If they weren't, she continued to chase. She chased until the middle of the night. Then, she finally saw a campsite in front. Yang Ruolan floated down and walked towards the campsite. At this moment, Luo Ku Di had just strolled back to his tent. He was waiting for Chu Yang and the others to come back. He was fantasizing in his heart. "Robbing, that would be fun. I don't know if I can get a share of the loot when I come back." He became dispirited as he thought about it. Occasionally, he would go out for a stroll. He saw that the moon was high in the sky, but they hadn't come back yet. So, he decided to sleep. At this moment, he heard a cold and pleasant voice from outside. "May I ask if this is the Gu clan's residence?" Luo Kudi was startled. He replied reflexively, "Yes. Who are you?" "I finally found him." Yang Ruolan heaved a sigh of relief. "There's someone called Chu Yang. Is he here?" Luo Kudi laughed and said, "Oh, who's looking for me?" He wanted to say, Who's looking for my big brother? But Gu Duxing had already woken up. He heard that someone was looking for Chu Yang in the middle of the night. He couldn't help but shiver. He grabbed Luo Kudi's arm and said in a low voice, "Don't reveal Big Brother's whereabouts. Ask her what she wants first." But Gu Duxing stopped him a little too late. Luo Kudi had already said half of what he wanted to say. Therefore, it should have been, "Who's looking for my big brother?" But after swallowing the second half, it became, "Who's looking for me?" This wasn't the same meaning at all. It was completely at odds with each other. Completely at odds with each other. The person outside seemed to be startled. Then, she said, "You're Chu Yang?" Her voice had already become cold. It was filled with a murderous aura that was about to explode. So, she's here to seek revenge? Luo Kudi was immediately filled with pride. Motherfucker. Big brother isn't here. Let me deal with her for him. She dares to seek revenge in front of us brothers. Motherfucker. She must have eaten a leopard's guts. If I don't teach her a lesson, how can I show off my unrivaled prestige? Luo Kudi lifted the tent and walked out. He raised his nose to the sky and asked arrogantly, "Awoo, awoo. Wahahaha, beauty, are you looking for me, Chu Yang?" Ha 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 ha. This Chu Yang is actually such a bastard. Yang Ruolan was so angry that she almost fainted. Junior sister, what kind of taste do you have? Chapter 473. Big Brother. What should we do? Dong Wushang asked in a low voice. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, "I haven't asked what that spirit beast is, but it seems that it's very important to the Ming clan. Moreover, I'm afraid that it's useful to all the clans. Otherwise, that old man wouldn't have said the words even if we have to risk our lives." Dong Wushang and GMO nodded. Every clan of the three heavens has many king-level experts like this, but it would be a big mistake to say that they can be sacrificed at will. That's because these clans are basically supported by king-level experts, and they are backed by emperor-level experts, but it's unknown if there are more powerful ones. Wushang, there's no harm in talking about this matter, Chu Yang said. Dong Wushang nodded and said, "Big brother, there's a legend that you must know. It's that there used to be a big race in this layered heavens, and we humans are just a kind of them. And Meng Luo's kind of cultivation is clearly the remnant of the demon race. And there used to be a beast race. The present spirit beasts are the remnant bloodline of the original beast race. However, they are far from their original status, and there are very few transformed spirit beasts. In other words, the inheritance of the beast race doesn't exist in the three heavens. But the beast race used to produce heroes in large numbers when it was flourishing. Some powerful beast race used to take human women as concubines, and they multiplied and multiplied. Various races used to intermarry during the most chaotic times. So, the bloodlines became somewhat complicated as a result. Chu Yang nodded and listened patiently. There used to be a powerhouse who accidentally found a dying spirit beast. He drank its blood and refined its inner core. Then, he found that he had inadvertently opened a new door. Dong Wushang took a deep breath and said, "It's a bloodline inheritance." Since then, humans have come to know that, sometimes, they can obtain formidable abilities by taking the blood of spirit beasts. And they can reach the heavens in a single bound if they can comprehend the strength of the beast race. And they can become experts. Therefore, the spirit beasts of the layered heavens have suffered since then. Chu Yang frowned and asked, "How many times has this kind of thing happened?" "There are always dozens of cases. Moreover, some of them even wrote down their personal experiences." Dong Wushang laughed bitterly and said, "So, this matter is irrefutable. Although there are quite a number of third heaven spirit beasts, there aren't many that are above the 7th grade. As for spirit beasts below the 7th grade, even if they were swallowed whole, they might not be able to activate any bloodline or obtain any inheritance. Now that a spirit beast has appeared, all the big clans will try their luck no matter what. Even if they can only obtain a little blood of a spirit beast, it will still be a little more hope." Dong Wushang sighed. Chu Yang nodded silently. "I see. What would happen if I were to obtain the heritage and awaken my bloodline? 300 years ago, there were two clans in the upper three heavens. One was the Meow clan, and the other was the Moo clan. Both of them had activated their bloodline and obtained the inheritance of the beasts. They directly swept through the upper three heavens and finally brought their clans to kill their way to the upper three heavens. This shows how terrifying it is. Dong Wushang revealed an envious look in his eyes. After all, leading a clan to kill their way to the upper three heavens was the lead of every clan in the upper three heavens. He continued, the two clans caused a huge uproar in the upper three heavens. The Meow clan was recognized by the Li clan as an ally. Later, they became in-laws and changed their name to Li. But 100 years later, they were expelled by the Li clan, and more than half of their experts were killed. They returned to the upper three heavens and became the Li clan today. Li Xiongtu's clan. The other clan, the Moo clan, is smarter. It is still in the upper three heavens. I heard that it has become a second-class clan in the upper three heavens. Dong Wushang laughed mischievously. Chu Yang nodded. He took a deep breath and said, I finally understand. No wonder the birth of a second-grade spirit beast has caused such a huge uproar. It's not a big uproar. Who doesn't want to rush to the upper three heavens? Even if they go to the upper three heavens to be slaves, they will still fucking do it. Dong Wushang spat. You don't want to? Chu Yang smiled and asked, You don't want to lead the Dong clan to the upper three heavens? Dong Wushang's thick eyebrows raised and said, Of course I want to, but I don't want to go to the upper three heavens as a slave. He said in a low and deep voice, I once thought that if I, Dong Wushang, want to go to the upper three heavens, then I'll trample over a clan in the upper three heavens, and I'll replace them. If I can't, then I'd rather not go. Chu Yang patted his shoulder. He faintly smiled and said, You can do it. GMO suddenly interjected from the side. You don't want to be a slave. But it doesn't mean that your clan doesn't want to. Wushang, I'm afraid that it won't be up to you even if you don't want to when that time comes. Dong Wushang looked up to the sky and heaved a long sigh. He patted his black saber with a desolate look on his face. It hasn't come to that time yet. Chu Yang insipidly said, Besides, even if it comes to that time, it may not necessarily be the case. Come, let's go back. Chu Yang stood up. Big brother, what about the Ming clan's matter? GMO was startled. Send a letter to Dukyu after we go back. Chu Yang said in a soft voice, I believe that he will know what to do. Moreover, let Du Xing leave behind a few people. Tell him that the Ming clan is ahead of us, and they may have already obtained the spirit beast's blood, or they may have obtained it very early. We don't need to do anything. The Ming clan has a bad reputation. Sometimes you don't have to do it yourself to kill someone. GMO prostrated himself in admiration. Big brother is really smart. You're treacherous to a certain extent. The three of them returned to the Gu clan's tent. They found that the tent was in a mess. They couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly rushed in. They saw Luoku lying inside. It was too horrible to look at. Chu Yang got angry and asked, What happened? Gu Duxing wanted to say something, but then hesitated. He stood up. He felt that it wasn't appropriate to speak. So, he coughed a few times. Then, he recounted everything that had happened a moment ago. Chu Yang immediately flew into a rage. What do you mean by rape and then abandon? Where did this come from? This is going too far. That woman should be an emperor-level expert. Gu Duxing reminded. Emperor-level expert. It's not like I haven't killed an emperor-level expert. Chu Yang's eyes turned cold. Which direction did she go? How are the injuries of the wolf cub? The injuries aren't serious. This woman had a sense of propriety. Gu Duxing said, They're basically flesh wounds. The biggest consequence is that he will suffer for a few days. He will be in endless pain. But he didn't suffer any serious injuries. It's just that his ribs are a bit troublesome. The wolf cub said that they were broken. But I checked and found that they weren't broken. I don't know what method she used to soften his ribs. So, two of them are stuck together. I'm afraid that this wolf cub would suffer a lot if we were to break them apart. Gu Duxing was also somewhat baffled. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy is really... Why didn't he just say that I wasn't here and ask that woman to wait for a while? Why did he have to take the blame for me? Chu Yang sighed. His heart felt warm. My brother would rather be killed than take the blame for me. Let me take a look at the wolf cub's injuries. Wushang, you tell Duxing about what happened just now. Chu Yang squatted down. Then, he mobilized his spiritual power in his palm and penetrated it into Luo Kudi's body. Luo Kudi mischievously smiled. It's okay, big brother. I would have let you come if I had known that she only wanted to beat you up. Haha, this feeling is really not good. Oh whoa, shut up. Such a serious injury can't make you talk less. Chu Yang felt angry and amused at the same time. This guy's clowning had become a habit. He took out an incomplete version of the heavy pill from his bosom. Then, he made this guy open his mouth and threw it in. Then, he waited for the medicinal effect to circulate throughout his body. Then, he suddenly put his hands on his chest. Then, he separated the two ribs with a pop sound. Oh whoa! Luo Kudi roared in pain. His face was full of sweat. So cool. The brothers couldn't help but laugh. Chu Yang angrily glared at him. Then, he carefully examined him again. He found that there were no other injuries. There were only small dislocations in other places. Luo Kudi moved a few times. Then, he jumped up. His toes touched the ground. He twisted a few times and moved his ankle. He couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. It doesn't hurt at all. It's really strange. It's a pity. What's a pity? GMO asked with a sidelong glance. Luo Kudi's face turned gloomy. Motherfucker. How come my feet don't hurt? It would have been great if my feet still hurt. Why? Even Dong Wushang was somewhat puzzled this time. How can you hope that your injuries won't get better? If my feet still hurt, I won't have to run with 1,000 pounds on my back tomorrow. Luo Kudi dejectedly said. I can ride on a horse and enjoy the sight of you carrying a mountain on your back. I can drink wine and eat meat. I can laugh and cheer you on. Before he could finish speaking, GMO and Dong Wushang greeted him with punches and kicks. Suddenly, the brothers were in a mess. Mo Tianyun spurred his horse as fast as he could. He led his entourage of experts and rushed back to his clan in a dejected manner. Mo Tianji was also madly rushing back to his clan in another direction. This was the first time in history that two brothers had returned home at the same time. Mo Tianyun was unlucky along the way. He was so irritated that he started to kill people. Many people believe that Mo Tianyun had deliberately released a smokescreen when he had gambled on MT Dingjun because Gu Duxing wasn't injured at all. Motherfucker. Mo Tianyun had released such fake news. He was also the banker. Who knows how much he had made from this gamble? Therefore, Mo Tianyun was a millionaire in the eyes of many people even though he was as poor as a church mouse. He was an incomparably fat piece of meat. The anger of being deceived, coupled with the greed for wealth. Mo Tianyun had already encountered 7 or 8 groups of people along the way. This had made Mo Tianyun want to vomit blood. Moreover, Mo Tianyun's mood had become even more gloomy as another piece of news had slowly spread over the past 3 days. It had reached the point where he couldn't feel better unless he committed suicide. Duke Tuqian, Hao of the Tu clan, had issued a bounty 3 days ago. Whoever could catch Mo Tianyun and let Duke Tu vent his anger would be rewarded with 10 million. This price wasn't low at all. It had made Duke Missouri Tianyun's journey even more difficult. There are only 2 updates today. There is one more thing that needs to be explained. I may stay up all night tonight. Tomorrow's update will be very early, because I will go to Jinan to pick up someone. Cough cough. A brother has gone to Japan to work. He will return home tomorrow. I haven't seen him for several years. So, I must go. Chapter 474. The 7 fragrances bewitching spell could paralyze one's entire body. As long as one's cultivation wasn't at the monarch level, one couldn't use the spirit sea gathering technique. No one was an exception, even if one was at the peak of the emperor level. Mo Wu Xian's entire body was trembling. He shouldn't be trembling after being hit by the 7 fragrances bewitching spell. However, He was so agitated that he managed to suppress the effects of the 7 fragrances bewitching spell. Although his entire body was still stiff and unable to move, he couldn't help but tremble instinctively. He couldn't speak anymore. However, there was a trace of regret in his eyes. He really wanted to say something. He had so many things to say. However, he couldn't say anything. He wanted to say, "You're not Imo Xingqian's son. You're my grandson. You're my son, Imo Xinghai's son. You're my direct descendant. When Imo Xingqian's wife gave birth, I took control of the entire Imo family and swapped you with the newborn baby. You're not Imo Xingqian's son. You're my grandson. For the sake of your position in the Imo family, this old man killed all those people. I even drowned the newborn baby and killed your own mother." Yi Imo thought to himself. Yi Imo shook his head. "A few years ago, your father, Imo Xinghai, died in an accident. I was the only one who knew about your origins. I've been good to you since you were young. Is there no reason? I'm an emperor-level expert. I'm supreme in the Imo family. Why would I be a dog for a kid who's still wet behind the ears? Am I really that cheap? Is there no reason? Is there no reason? Is there no reason?" He was screaming in his heart. However, he couldn't say a single word. He had schemed against the Imo family for a generation. Who would have thought that he would die in the hands of his own grandson? That he would die in the hands of his own grandson, whom he had nurtured with all his might? I've put in so much effort for him. I've racked my brains for him. I've killed countless people for him. I've been unreasonable. I've even done all sorts of bad things for him. And he's killed me in the end. Imo Wuxian suddenly felt that it was funny. This matter was too funny and ironic. If he could speak now, he would have laughed out loud, laughing at the heavens, laughing at fate. "Old dog, you still think it's funny?" Imo Tianyun ferociously looked at Imo Wuxian and whispered, "I hate to see you laugh." The saber had already been unsheathed. The saber light was like a dream. It was magnificent and resplendent. However, Imo Tianyun's hands were trembling. He did not know why his hands were trembling. Even his heart was trembling. But he quickly controlled his trembling. He was someone who had achieved great things. How could he tremble for an old dog like this? Even though he had done many things for him, an old dog was still an old dog, and an old dog was still a dog. It was just a dog. It was just a dog. That was all. Imo Tianyun clenched his teeth and thrust his saber forward with a dreamlike saber light. It pierced Soul Fighter's heart. He used so much force that a large piece of the saber actually came out of his back. Imo Wuxian's entire body shook. His pupils opened wide. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that when he went against his conscience and shielded Imo Tianyun to frame Imo Tianji and Imo Qingwu, and even swallowed his pride to snatch this saber from Imo Qingwu's hands, in the end, it was actually his own grandson who took Imo Qingwu's saber and stabbed it into his heart. Imo Tianyun coldly looked at Imo Wuxian's widened pupils. He coldly clenched his teeth. His pupils were somewhat frantic and confused. He fiercely said, "Still not dead? Still staring at me? Do you think you won't die if you stare at me? Do you think I'm afraid?" "Ah." He said that he was not afraid, but his voice was trembling. Then, he suddenly screamed. That was because Imo Wuxian had recovered his ability to move. He did not know where his strength came from, but he stretched out his hands at lightning speed and hugged the saber. His strength seemed to have recovered at the moment of his death. This was the strength of a dying man's radiance. He had the ability to kill Imo Tianyun with his palm at this moment. After all, Imo Tianyun was not an emperor-level expert. He did not know the true terror of an emperor-level expert. However, Imo Wuxian did not attack. He only looked at Imo Tianyun with endless sorrow. Blood was constantly flowing out of the corners of his mouth. His hands were tightly hugging the saber. Blood was also oozing out of his hands. He said in a low and deep voice, "Tianyun, you killed me. You killed me, you know. I'm your grandfather. I'm your grandfather. You're my grandson." Imo Wuxian spoke in a low and deep voice. Tears kept rolling out of his old eyes. But he did not blink. "Ah." Imo Tianyun took 2 steps back. Then, he sat down on the ground. He kicked his legs as he stepped back. You, what did you say? I'm your grandfather. I'm your biological grandfather. Imo Wu Xian strenuously spat out blood. He looked at Imo Tianyun with tearful eyes and said intermittently, that year, it was me. As he spoke intermittently, a fact like a bolt from the blue appeared in front of Imo Tianyun's eyes. I am really your grandfather. I really am. Imo Wu Xian painfully closed his eyes. You want this saber, you tell me? How can I not give it to you if you tell me? If it's related to your nature, you don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to give up a saber. Your grandfather has done so much for you. A saber. What can it be? Imo Tianyun was dumbstruck. He had never dreamt that the person he had killed with his own hands would be his biological grandfather. He carefully thought about it and finally understood why Imo Wu Xian had supported him since childhood. Why did he spare no effort to train him from the beginning? Imo Tianji was not inferior to him. Why did he support him to the position of the young clan lord despite the opposition of the entire clan when he did not understand anything? He had always been puzzled. He only thought that he was born with the aura of a leader. Now that he thought about it, everything was just a fart. What aura of a leader? What feeling of being an overlord? Everything was very simple. It was so simple that anyone could understand it. It was because he was his biological grandfather. Even if he did not live up to expectations, it would be strange if he did not help him. He saw Imo Wu Xian violently gasping for breath in the pool of blood. He was speaking intermittently. He was struggling on the verge of death. Imo Tianyun suddenly felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. I wouldn't have killed you if I had known that you were my grandfather. I had always been worried that as long as I stole the saber, the final suspect would have been me. Chu Yang and the others would not have kept it a secret for me. I could only kill you, and then create an illusion. Then, I would put on an act. With your hatred, no one would suspect me even if rumors were to spread. Moreover, I could use your hatred to frame Imo Tianji. I could even return to the position of the young clan lord in one fell swoop. Because you had been so good to me, no one would suspect that I would kill you. I could cry. I could cry until I went into shock. I could cry until I fainted. I could cry until my eyes bled. I could cry until everyone sympathized with me. I would cry until I was truly crying. I would cry out of my true feelings. You would die. But you would create a lot of value for me. You would not only save my life, but also my position. You would also bring me a lot of loyal subordinates. I had planned everything. How could I have imagined that things would turn out like this? You are my grandfather. You are my biological grandfather. How is this possible? Why didn't you say so earlier? Would I have leaked it if you had said so earlier? I am not stupid. No one could have imagined that things would turn out this way. Even Chu Yang, who forced Imo Tianyun, and Imo Tianji, who knew that Imo Tianyun would steal the saber, didn't expect this. Even Imo Tianji, with his wisdom, only thought that Imo Tianyun would think of a way to confuse Imo Wu Xian and steal the saber. No one could have imagined that Imo Tianyun would be so vicious and merciless. He killed someone. He killed a person who was so indebted to him. He killed his biggest supporter, just for the sake of greater benefits. He is so deranged that it is beyond anyone's expectations. Imo Tianyun's entire body trembled. He suddenly pounced on Imo Wu Xian like a madman, and forcefully grabbed Imo Wu Xian's skinny shoulder. He gnashed his teeth in anger. You old bastard. Why didn't you say so earlier? You wouldn't be in such a troublesome situation if you had said so earlier. You old bastard. You motherfucker. Imo Wu Xian's lifeless eyes looked at him. The expression in his eyes changed from hope to despair. He wanted to hear Imo Tianyun call him grandfather before he died. He didn't kill this little guy because he wanted to hear him. However, he didn't expect that this little guy would become even more vicious after he knew the truth. An old dog had turned into an old bastard. How could Imo Wu Xian endure this? He had sacrificed his entire life. Imo Wu Xian let out a hoarse laugh. His body suddenly erupted with a strong energy, and Imo Tianyun was sent flying. His skinny body straightened up, and he stood up from his lying position. dreaming of a gentle dance saber, was still stuck in his chest. I was wrong in the end. Imowu Xian heaved a long sigh. He suddenly stretched out his hand and pulled out the saber from his chest. Blood was dripping down from the saber. He looked at Imo Tianyun with a firm gaze and said, "You want this saber? Come and take it." Imo Tianyun saw his terrifying appearance and couldn't help but take a step back. "Come and take it." Imowu Xian sadly looked at his grandson. This grandson had just killed him. He hissed, "Come and take it." Imo Tianyun clenched his teeth and finally took a step forward. Imowu Xian laughed and said, "Yes, this is my grandson. Take it. Do what you have to do." He threw the saber away, and blood splashed out. Then his body swayed, and he muttered, "Dying at the hands of my own grandson. I, Imowu Xian, can be considered as the only one in all of history?" The light in his eyes suddenly disappeared, and he finally fell down with a plop. Imo Tianyun's entire body trembled as he held the saber. Suddenly, his voice trembled as he laughed. After a long time, he suddenly chopped the saber on Imowu Xian's corpse. He wept tears of blood and cursed, "Old bastard! Old bastard! You made me commit such a big crime. You old bastard!" Two shadows were coldly looking at this place from a dark place not far away. They were so angry that their temples were throbbing. Chapter 475. What happened? He thought to himself. Pu Imo Yang cried so fast? He went back and stole the saber? And Imo Tianji took advantage of this opportunity? Chu Yang couldn't have imagined that the Imo clan's matters would be so far out of his expectations. His original plan was to use this saber theft to provoke the conflict between Great Elder Imowu Xian and Imo Tianyun. Then, Imo Tianji would hit him while he was down. Especially now that Imo Tianyun had almost lost all of the Imo clan's assets, it would be a fatal blow. Of course, Ian wanted Imo Tianyun to deliver the dreaming of a gentle dance saber. It was Imo Qingwu's saber. When Imo Qingwu heard the words Imo clan, her delicate body trembled. Her eyes could not help but reveal a frightened look. Her petite body unconsciously leaned against Chu Yang. The Imo clan has changed. Imo Tianyun is dead. Imo Wu Xian is dead. Imo Xingchun has abdicated. Imo Tianji is the 13th clan lord. Dun Du Xing took a deep breath. He suppressed the shock in his heart and said the contents of the letter. When he first received the letter, he felt a chill down his spine. Even now, he could still clearly feel it. Dun Du Xing knew very well why the Imo clan had such a huge change. The culprit was sitting right in front of him. It was his own boss. The scene of Chu Yang's plan to force Imo Tianyun into a dead end was still vivid in his mind. First, he took out 300 million to show a carefree attitude. Then, he deliberately aroused the greed in Imo Tianyun's heart. Then, he bravely revealed that he had a huge amount of money. He clearly knew that Imo Tianyun could not take out such a huge amount of money. Then, he used words and benefits to tempt Imo Tianyun into mortgaging his clan's property and stepped into this irreversible tragedy. During the duel, he had even used some tricks to turn the tide of a losing battle around. After the gambling fight, he relentlessly attacked Imo Tianyun without mercy. He completely shattered Imo Tianyun's mentality and humiliated him. Then, he used Dukyu to pressure Imo Tianyun into an absolute predicament. Finally, he left a glimmer of hope for the other party, dreaming of a gentle dance saber. But who would have thought that this last hope would be Imo Tianyun's true path to ruin? Even if the Imo clan were to punish him, the debt owed by the young clan lord would still have to be repaid if he had honestly paid off his gambling debts. Imo Tianyun's position as the young clan lord would be abolished even if the Imo clan went bankrupt. However, the Imo clan could only grit their teeth and accept this debt. However, Chu Yang was very clear about Imo Tianyun's character. A saber is enough to offset everything. Why would he want to make trouble for himself? Therefore, Imo Tianyun's tragedy was inevitable. Chu Yang had paved a wide road to hell for Imo Tianyun, and Imo Tianyun had no other choice. He could only walk forward. The only unexpected thing was that Mo Tianyun was walking a little too fast on this path. Chu Yang had only paved this part of the road to the Yellow Springs for him, but he had actually triumphantly charged through the Limbo Pepper. In the letter, Mo Tianji did not hide anything about what had happened in the Mo clan. Word by word, he revealed the terrifying truth. Mo Qingwu's whole body was cold as she listened. She trembled as she burrowed into Chu Yang's arms. Who would have thought that the clan that she had grown up in was hiding such a tragedy? And she herself was one of the victims. If she had not been lucky enough to meet Chu Yang, then she would have been. Thinking of this, Mo Qingwu's face turned pale. Really? Chu Yang listened to the whole story and was silent for a long time. After a long time, he finally said this sentence. He really did not think that Mo Tianyun would be so crazy. This Mo Wuxian is the main culprit. Chu Yang's fingers gently cracked as he said gloomily, "This old bastard. He caused so much harm to Qingwu. Dying like this is too easy for him. And Mo Tianyun, he died too easily." Easy? Ji Mashua, Du Xing, and the other three had cold sweat seeping out of their backs. Luo Kadi smiled bitterly. "Old man, this is the cruelest way to die. Even if you personally cut him into pieces and put him to death by 1,000 cuts, it won't be as cruel as dying like this." Shu Adu Xing felt the same way. A biological grandfather painstakingly arranged a generation and supported his grandson. He used all his effort and blood, but at the final moment when he was about to succeed, he was killed by his own grandson. A grandson, without knowing, killed his own grandfather, and this kind of tragedy is the worst. Mo Tianyun certainly deserved it, but if he knew after death, I'm afraid his soul would not be at peace. Dong Wushang thought for a while. Then, he sighed deeply and said, "It was indeed a sale. But Big Brother only wanted that saber at that time. He also wanted him to kill his own grandfather. That Mo Tianyun went crazy and did it spontaneously. This wasn't Big Brother's plan. A pitiful person must have a hateful side." Chu Yang said deeply, "Mo Tianyun is not worthy of sympathy, and Mo Wuxian is also not worthy of pity. But this matter has given us a reminder. You must remember." The four brothers listened carefully. No matter what kind of desperate situation you are in, you must not take any risks. You must think thrice before you act. In a desperate situation, there must be a way out. This is the principle of heaven and earth. You must be careful because we are not only destroying ourselves. Chu Yang said seriously, "We brothers are of one mind. Pull one hair, and the whole body will be affected." He did not continue speaking. He only sighed softly. The flickering firelight illuminated the faces of the brothers. They were deep in thought and seemed to have understood something. Mo Qingwu's body was trembling in Chu Yang's arms. She had not yet recovered from the lingering fear of this matter. Chu Yang's arms tightened and hugged her tightly. He said softly, "Don't be afraid. It's all in the past." Mo Qingwu nodded gently and shrank in his arms. She felt Chu Yang's strong arms and gradually felt safe. Mo Qingwu actually felt very happy about what Mo Tianji had said in the letter that, dreaming of a gentle dance saber, would always be hers. It was true that she liked that saber very much, but she liked that saber because Brother Chu Yang liked it. Now, Brother Chu Yang was by her side. Whether it was the saber or not was no longer important. "Humph, Brother Chu Yang is much better looking than that saber. Big Brother, do you know that although you have only been here for 3 days, your strength has already exceeded that of an ordinary clan?" Dun Du Xing smiled and waved the letter in his hand. He said, "Mo Tianji wrote this letter for me. But, in fact, it is for you to read. Mo Tianji's meaning is very clear. From now on, he will form an iron alliance with you. So, he will cooperate with all the clans related to you. Even the Luo clan, who has always been hostile to you, will do the same. This is all for you, Big Brother." Dun Du Xing laughed. In the past, Mo Tianji is in charge of the Mo clan. So, it is equivalent to standing on our side. The Dun clan has even said that the second son of the Dun clan is here. So, our Ji clan is also no problem. Second young Master Luo of the Luo clan is here. This bastard doesn't represent anything. But, The Luo clan won't be our enemy at least. And the Dong clan is also the same. GMO excitedly said, Big brother? It is equivalent to the three big clans. Chu Yang faintly smiled. He pondered and said, You forgot that there is also the Huyin clan. And Miss Alba isn't inferior to Min. GMO's face turned red. He mischievously smiled. Then, he said in an intoxicated manner, That's right. She will certainly listen to me. She is so gentle, virtuous, and gives me a sense of security. Everyone felt a chill. Then, they laughed together. The next morning, everyone hadn't set out yet. But the young clan lord of the Xie clan, Xie Danxiong, rushed over to meet them. He had come to look for Chu Yang. Brother Chu, our Xie clan is in front of us. Chu Yang, you must stay for 2 days. Let this brother do the honors of a good host. Xie Danxiong's face was beaming with happiness. Everyone understood in their hearts that this wasn't the honor of a good host. It was clear that he wanted to pay off his debt quickly. After all, it was very uncomfortable for a proud and arrogant person like Xie Danxiong to always owe someone a debt. Xie Danxiong had come here to prove that the Xie clan had agreed to the deal that Chu Yang had proposed last time. Of course, I'll have to trouble Brother Xie. Chu Yang happily greeted him. That's exactly what I wanted. Gold Tribulation and Gold Spike haven't swallowed anything for a long time. They are currently thinking of robbing the mountain of mysterious jade ice crystals and mysterious yang jade in the space. Gold Spirit is confronting them. It won't allow the robbers to enter the space no matter what. Both sides are in a deadlock. Xie Danxiong's arrival was like delivering charcoal in the snow. Xie Danxiong was also very happy. I've got a big bargain. It's 20% higher than the market price. How much money can I earn? How many experts can I recruit with this money? And how much can my clan's strength increase? Moreover, such a good thing only happens once in several generations. How many nouveau riches like King of Hell Chu are willing to spend money like this? This opportunity can't be missed. So, I must sell the clan's inventory this time. Xie Danxiong was very excited. He would have shouted loudly if he hadn't wanted to keep it a secret. This place is full of stupid and rich people. Come quickly. Xie Danxiong couldn't have imagined that Chu Yang didn't care about the so-called gold and silver. As for the gold and silver notes, they weren't even as good as paper in King of Hell Chu's eyes. The improvement of the Gold Tribulation strength was the most important thing in Chu Yang's life. Both of them had smiles on their faces. They were secretly happy in their hearts. Everyone thought that they had gotten a big bargain. But who was the one who had gotten the real bargain? Everyone knew in their stomachs who had gotten the real bargain. The Xie clan welcomed Chu Yang from afar, as if they were welcoming the god of wealth. They exchanged warm greetings with each other. Then, King of Hell Chu entered the Xie clan's treasure house with the heart of a vicious wolf. The Xie clan's treasure house had been passed down for nearly 1,000 years. Fuck, I'm rich. Xie Danxiong and Chu Yang howled like wolves in their hearts. Chapter 476. Gu Duxing and the others ate and drank heartily in the hall. Xie clan's hospitality allowed the brothers to open their bellies. They drank big bowls of wine and ate big mouthfuls of meat. They weren't worried about Big Brother Chu, who was following Xie Danxiong alone. Only Imo Qing Wu couldn't eat. She ate a few mouthfuls and raised her head to look in the direction of Chu Yang's departure. Isn't Big Brother Chu Yang hungry? A burst of hurried footsteps was heard. Then, a red shadow came out in a hurry. She opened her mouth and shouted, Luo Kudi. Luo Kudi was startled. He had just scooped a spoonful of soup, but half of it spilled on his lapel. This is bad. This is bad. I forgot about this matter. I didn't even think of telling Big Brother about it. The person who came out was Xie Danfeng. She walked over quickly. She put one hand on her waist and asked, Where's that ugly bastard? Luo Kudi was tongue-tied. That didn't you say that you were brothers with him? Xie Danfeng looked very anxious. How come I haven't seen that bastard's shadow for such a long time? Luo Kudi stammered. I don't know. His brothers were looking at him curiously. So, Luo Kudi had no choice but to tell them the situation of that day. As expected, the brothers suddenly exposed a look of great interest. as soon as they heard the words Chu Yang's junior martial brother Tan Tan. Then, they started to ask questions at once. Really? He's really? I heard that he's super narcissistic. How awesome is he? Luo could exposed an I can't bear to look back expression. He weakly said, You'll understand when you see him. Spare me. I don't feel hungry anymore when I think of him. Xie Danqiong laughed out loud. He didn't avoid the topic. He sat down and drank big mouthfuls of wine and ate meat. He chatted and laughed with everyone on the side. Soon, he got along well with them. GMO thought to himself, this girl's character is similar to Lei Feng's. It seems that Tan Tan and I are kindred spirits, so he was in a good mood and drank 3 cups of wine. The guests of the Xie clan looked at each other in dismay. These brothers are very careless. Their big brother went to discuss business with our young master, but they aren't worried. Don't they know that big young master Xie Danqiong is famous? Little did they know that Gu Duxing and the others were not worried at all. Xie Danqiong was admittedly a golden abacus, but compared to Chu Yang, this golden abacus, cough cough, wasn't necessarily any better. Brother Chu, look over here. This is the compensation that the clan has prepared for this bet. Xie Danqiong pointed at some strange metals that had been piled up there. Behind him were his third uncle, Xie Qingma, and fourth uncle, Xie Qingyan. Both of them were experienced traders who had presided over many auctions of such rare items. They were very clear about the prices. Chu Yang looked at them one by one. Meteorites from outer space, cold iron from underground, star iron, cold gold. In total, there were 25 pieces in total. Its estimated value was definitely above 500 million. It seems that the Xie clan has done a very good job. They won't let Chu Yang suffer any losses. That's right, the Xie clan is indeed a big clan. I'll take them all. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, the total value of these things should be around 550 million taels. This is the market price. Xie Qingma and Xie Qingyan looked at each other as soon as this figure came out. They both saw the affirmation in each other's eyes. Yes, the market value of these things should be this much. There shouldn't be a difference of 10 million taels. This king of Hell Chu's vision is very sharp. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, my promise is 20% higher than the market price. So, I'll give you 100 million taels. He took out 100 million taels of gold notes and handed them over to Xie Danqiong on the spot. Xie Danqiong repeatedly shook his hands. Brother Chu, this isn't very generous of you. It's rare for you to extend the deadline to this point. Moreover, my Xie clan would lose face if we were to ask for this 20%. Please accept it, Brother Chu. Chu Yang smiled and said, Brother Xie, you also know that a man's words are hard to take back. Brother Xie won't make me a villain who doesn't keep his word, right? Xie Danqiong looked at his third uncle with a helpless expression on his face. Xie Qingma nodded slightly and said, young clan lord, you shouldn't decline since Minister Chu has such a broad mind. There will be plenty of time in the future. Xie Danqiong forced a smile and said, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Chu Yang laughed out loud and patted his shoulder. He thought, how can you obediently take out good things if I don't let you taste the sweetness? He said, Brother Xie, you don't have to be so polite. Gold and silver are just a pile of numbers for me. It's nothing. Xie Qingma and Xie Qingyan's eyes lit up when they heard these words. Xie Danqiong issued an order and called in a few people. He ordered them to pack the things that Chu Yang wanted and deliver them to the Gu clan's camp. This place is quite big. Chu Yang looked at the warehouse where the strange metals were stored and casually said, that's natural. Xie Qingma's expression became somewhat affectionate as he said, Minister Chu, our Xie clan has a lot of precious things over the years. We can cooperate further if Minister Chu is interested. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. He said in high spirits, is that so? Then, I'll plunder a lot today. Ha ha ha. Xie Danqiong and his 2 nephews laughed happily at the same time and said, as long as Minister Chu wants something, feel free to plunder it. The 4 of them laughed heartily. They were extremely happy. Chu Yang thought, I've been waiting for you to say these words. It seems that I'll return with a full load this time. The plunder, I said. Is it that simple? Xie Qingma thought, I've been waiting for you to say these words. You still want to plunder us? We're also going to plunder your pockets, Minister Chu. This way, please. This way, please. Xie Qingma politely pulled Chu Yang to a thick shelf and said, Minister Chu, what do you think of this thing? Good stuff. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. There was a strange object in front of him. Its surface was pitted, and it flickered with a faint cold light. It was neither gold nor stone. It was only the size of a human head, but it was unusually heavy. The solid iron shelf was slightly bent because of the weight. Inside his dantian, Tribulation Sword cheered and somersaulted in his dantian. This increased Chu Yang's determination to obtain it. This thing is a piece of meteoric iron from outer space. It has another name, 30,000 creatures. Xie Qingma explained with a smile. Just 300 years ago, this thing flew from the sky and landed on the ground. The impact of the impact turned the entire mountain range upside down. Within a radius of 500 miles, more than 30,000 people lost their lives because of the impact. Xie Qingyin continued, at that time, this thing was as big as a room. It was like a sun, burning fiercely. Later, we sent people to wait for it to cool down. Then, they used a sledgehammer to smash open the burning thing on the outside bit by bit, revealing the inside. But it was only this big. Look, the pits on it are the traces of the original burning. That's right. Chu Yang touched it with his hand. Then, he exerted force on his wrist and held this 30,000 creatures in his hand. He felt his wrist suddenly drop down. Only after exerting a bit more force did he hold it up. We don't know what this is, but it's extremely heavy. It's only the size of a human head, but the total weight is more than 5,000 pounds. Xie Danqiong looked at this strange thing. Although this thing's name sounded intimidating, it was extremely hard. It couldn't be damaged at all. The Xie clan couldn't do anything about it. They didn't know what it was used for. Now that Chu Yang came, the first thing he wanted to do was to sell this trash. Good stuff. I want it. Chu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Brother Xie, please name your price. Chu Yang didn't know what this thing was, but he knew one thing. Something that could make the Calamity Sword react was definitely good stuff. It should be known that the Calamity Sword only lazily moved things like star iron and nightmare steel. But it actually flipped over because of this piece of outer space cloud iron. One could imagine how precious this thing was. Xie Danqiong looked at this thing and discussed with his two uncles, Brother Chu. We don't know what this thing is used for, and we don't know its price. And it has never appeared in the market before, so we don't have a market price to refer to. How about 10 million taels? This was the price that the three of them had discussed. 10 million taels wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. It showed the Xie clan's sincerity, and it wouldn't be a loss. It should be known that the Xie clan had mobilized manpower and material resources to get this outer space cloud iron. It was as high as 1 million taels of silver, and that was 300 years ago. Very good. Deal. Chu Yang said straightforwardly, it's 20% higher than the market price. I'll add another 2 million taels. He neatly took out some gold notes to settle the bill. King of Hell Chu's wealth at this moment was a perfect illustration of this. This thing, not to mention 10 million taels, Chu Yang would buy it for 120 million taels just for the Calamity Sword. As long as he could afford it, Chu Yang would buy it even if he had to spend all his money. Xie Danqiong and the other two sighed in relief and smiled. Brother Chu is really straightforward. This guy is really rich. He doesn't know what this thing is, but he can throw out 12 million taels of silver without batting an eyelid. While talking, Xie Danqiong took the notes and asked people to come in and carry this thing out. I don't need to introduce what this is. Xie Danqiong smiled and pointed at a strange light red object. Red cloud steel. It's really a good thing. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. This piece was about the same size as the big piece in the Iron Cloud Imperial Palace. It was a real treasure. 100 million taels of silver for this one. How about it? Xie Danqiong asked. Good. 100 million taels of silver, plus 20 million taels. Chu Yang agreed. This is a piece of nightmare steel. Deal. This is a piece of ghost steel. Deal. This is a piece of deal. This is deal. This is deal. He looked at 13 or 14 shelves along the way. But the shelves he had looked at were already empty. So, Minister Chu had bought all of them in a very straightforward manner. He was like a junk collector. As long as it was something, he would buy it. Since the Xie clan had put it here, how could they have ordinary goods? First update. Requesting monthly votes. The monthly vote situation is in jeopardy. Brothers and sisters, I already have 150 votes today. If I can reach 300 votes before midnight, I will add another 150 votes. I will vomit blood and add one more update on top of the 4 updates. This is the best I can do. I really can't do anything more than that. Chapter 477. By rough estimation, Chu Yang had already thrown out 800 million yuan in this short period of 1 hour. The golden notes in Xie Danxiong's bosom were constantly increasing and thickening. Xie Danxiong, Xie Qingyamo, and Xie Qingyin were also getting more and more excited. He is really rich. He doesn't refuse anyone. The 3 of them weren't worried about what Chu Yang was going to do with these things. These things can only be used to forge weapons. But none of these things are easy to forge. Some of them won't change even if they are thrown into the crater of a volcano. King of Hell Chu will only be able to increase his collection if he buys them. Only those old monsters of monarch level or above in the upper 3 heavens who know how to forge weapons can possibly forge half of them. But such people are very old. So, who would do such a thing? Moreover, can you find those people, Chu Yang? He continued to lead Chu Yang forward in high spirits. They hadn't even gone through half of the Xie clan's treasure house yet. There were still at least 100 of them waiting to be seen. Chu Yang kept throwing golden notes as he walked. Then, the people of the Xie clan would come in and carry them out. Gu Duxing would arrange for the people of the Gu clan to receive them. So, they would throw everything into Chu Yang's tent. The people of the Xie clan who were transporting things had changed from servants to 8 revered martial artists. After all, some things couldn't be moved by ordinary people. Chu Yang had gone through half of the treasure house. But he didn't have any money. A total of 5 billion had been thrown into the treasury. After all, the Xie clan had dominated the upper 3 heavens for thousands of years. How strong was its heritage? It was simply unrealistic for Chu Yang to want to empty out everything in one go. It didn't matter if he had no money. After all, Chu Yang had other means. Young Master Xie. Chu Yang suddenly stopped and looked at Xie Danxiong. Xie Danxiong was holding the golden notes in his bosom. Brother Chu, are you short of money? Xie Danxiong smiled. He had obviously sensed Chu Yang's difficulties. That's right. So, I want to ask if the Xie clan would be interested in something I have. Chu Yang smiled meaningfully. I don't know what treasure Brother Chu has. Xie Danxiong chuckled and said, Brother Chu, you don't have to be like this. Just tell me what you like. You can pay me later. I believe in Brother Chu's credibility. What credibility do I have? Chu Yang thought to himself, I've only been here for 3 days to 1 month, and I already have credibility? Why didn't I know about it? I have a piece of mysterious jade ice crystal. Chu Yang looked at the 3 of them meaningfully. I want to exchange it for some silver. Mysterious jade ice crystal? Xie Danxiong was dumbfounded. The golden notes in his bosom fell to the ground with a schwa-schwa sound. Xie Qingma and Xie Qingyin's eyes also bulged out of their sockets. The Xie family's martial arts took the soft and gentle path. The mysterious jade ice crystal was a supreme treasure that could greatly enhance one's martial arts. Furthermore, if he wore the mysterious jade ice crystal while cultivating, there was no possibility of him going berserk. This was something that the Xie family hadn't been able to find for over 1,000 years, something that they had been longing for over 1,000 years. It's the crystal core. Chu Yang smiled and added 3 more words. Mysterious jade ice crystal core? Do you really have one? Let me have a look. However, it wasn't one of Xie Danxiong and his 2 nephews who had spoken these words. Instead, it was an old man who had suddenly appeared. His beard and beard were all white. He was thin and withered. His entire body couldn't be cut into pieces. This old man suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yang. His eyes were emitting a divine light of desire. Ancestor. Xie Danxiong was startled. The old man who had arrived was the ancestor of the Xie family. He was Xie Zhiqiu, who had lived for 400 to 500 years. In fact, even Xie Danxiong didn't know how profound his cultivation was. This is a martial emperor. He's also the one who has been using his divine sense to lock onto you. Moreover, it seems that he has been stuck in this bottleneck for more than 100 years. I'm afraid he'll reach his limit if he can't break through to the monarch level in a few decades. Sword Spirit softly said in Chu Yang's mind, the mysterious jade ice crystal is a treasure that he can use to break through the bottleneck. No wonder you were willing to take out the mysterious jade ice crystal. So, you were targeting this old man, Chu Yang said in his heart. He finally understood why Sword Spirit had calmly reminded him not to be anxious. So, I was fishing for this big fish, of course. Sword Spirit mischievously smiled. Xie Zhiqiu ignored Xie Danxiong and the other two people. His eyes were firmly fixed on Chu Yang. This movement immediately attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Xie clan. The higher-ups who had been paying attention to this place appeared one after another in an instant. I naturally have the core of the mysterious jade ice crystal. However, I naturally want a suitable price for it. Chu Yang faintly smiled and said, otherwise, young clan Lord O Du Xiao had invited me to take a look at his clan's treasure house. You take it out first. This old man can assure you that I can give you a price beyond your expectations as long as you have it. Xie Zhiqiu ignored the salutes of the Xie clan's people. He only stared at Chu Yang and said, all right. Chu Yang knew that it would be counterproductive to keep such people in suspense for a long time. He flipped his palm, and a fist-sized core of the mysterious jade ice crystal appeared in his hand. Suddenly, a cool and refreshing feeling appeared in the treasure house. It was a kind of cool and refreshing feeling that could calm one's soul. It seemed that no matter how agitated one's mood was, it would restore absolute tranquility under this cool and refreshing feeling. Dozens of gazes were fixed on Chu Yang's hand at the same time. It was a piece of jade that was as clear as water. It was exuding a gentle radiance. Xie Zhiqiu's eyes were fixed on it. His entire body was somewhat trembling. This is it. This is it. I can't be wrong. This is it. I can break through to the monarch level as long as I have this. Moreover, the entire Xie clan's martial arts will take a big step forward because of this. Can I take a look at it? Xie Zhiqiu rubbed his hands. Chu Yang faintly smiled and handed over the core of the mysterious jade ice crystal. He sighed with emotion in his heart. The Xie clan was a famous clan in the three heavens. It could be considered a super clan in the three heavens whether it was in terms of financial resources or military strength. However, there was one thing that was worthy of praise, the upbringing of the Xie clan. The upbringing of the Xie clan was the strictest in the three heavens. The reaction of the Xie clan's people was beyond Chu Yang's expectations when they saw this peerless treasure that could directly affect the life and death of the entire Xie clan. Chu Yang had already made a plan. In fact, he had even compressed his consciousness. His divine sense was also ready to move into the tribulation space at any time. So, the sword spirit would immediately take over Chu Yang's body as long as there was any abnormal movement. Then, the sword spirit would unleash the full power of the tribulation sword and annihilate the Xie clan. Chu Yang wasn't a kind person. He wasn't stupid either. How could he take out such a precious treasure without any precautions? However, 17 people of the Xie clan had come in. Their eyes were flickering with greed and possessiveness. Moreover, only 5 of them had a murderous intention in their eyes. Most of them were shocked and pleasantly surprised. They were obviously greedy, but they weren't disgusted. It would have been abnormal if they hadn't been greedy after seeing such a precious treasure. This made Chu Yang praise them in his heart. The sword spirit had clearly seen the reactions of the Xie clan's people. He had analyzed them thoroughly. Xie Zhiqiu held the core of the mysterious jade ice crystal. He felt that his somewhat withered meridians had regained their vitality. He took a deep breath and regained his composure. Little brother, you hastily took out such a precious treasure. Aren't you afraid that this old man will take it for himself or kill you for money? There are always risks in life. Chu Yang smiled warmly. You must pay your sincere heart if you want to make friends. It can only be said that you took a gamble and lost if you get injured because of it. But you'll have a lifetime of trust and reliability if you don't get injured. Gain and loss are equal in fact. I'm afraid, but I can't not gamble. Good. Good, good. Xie Zhiqiu looked at him with rapt attention for a long while. Then, he suddenly burst into laughter. He turned his head and said, "You should know the importance of this thing to our Xie clan." The other people of the Xie clan repeatedly nodded as they listened to their old ancestors lecture. "Little brother, our Xie clan can't disappoint you since you've taken it out," Xie Zhiqiu said. "This old man might as well tell you that this thing is a precious treasure in your hands. But it's an opportunity for a meteoric rise in our Xie clan." He looked at the hidden treasure house and said, "This hidden treasure house is yours. Everything inside will be used to exchange for your core of the mysterious jade ice crystal. Everything will be used to exchange for your sincerity. You can take whatever you want from my Xie clan in the future. There's no harm in taking it. We won't charge you even the slightest bit of reward." He turned around in a dignified manner and said, "Dan Xiong, did you hear that?" "Yes, old ancestor." Xie Dan Xiong respectfully nodded. "This is too hasty, right? Senior, you might as well consider it carefully." Chu Yang was startled. He hadn't expected that he would receive such an important promise in exchange. This promise and this exchange had made Chu Yang feel restless in his heart. "You may not know what you've taken out, but this old man can tell you that you've taken out the future of our Xie clan." Xie Zhiqiu solemnly said, "Our Xie clan has always respected people 10 times as much as they respect us. If someone cripples us with a finger, we take their life. We clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. Moreover, you've taken out such a precious thing. We can't repay you." Xie Zhiqiu solemnly said, "To be honest, this old man still feels that it's not worthy of the value of this core of the mysterious jade ice crystal. It's priceless." "So that's how it is," Chu Yang solemnly said. "This junior needs these things since Elder Xie has said so. It would be impolite to refuse. But I'll certainly repay you generously in the future." This was the first time that Chu Yang had said the words, "I'll certainly repay you generously in the future." Perhaps it would have been nothing more than empty words if someone else had said it. However, Chu Yang's words were tantamount to making a promise. Moreover, the value of this promise was something that the current Xie clan couldn't even dream of. Perhaps the Xie clan felt that they had gained a big advantage. However, Chu Yang knew that he was the one who had gained a big advantage. He wouldn't have been touched if the Xie clan had schemed against him. In fact, he wouldn't have felt the slightest bit of psychological pressure. However, the opposite party's Jun Jifeng had touched Chu Yang's heart, and he obviously hadn't made such a promise out of hot-headedness. Chapter 478. Both sides felt cordial since they had spoken to this point. The Xie clan's people became enthusiastic and helped Chu Yang to move the things out of the tent one by one. Gu Duxing's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Crap, did Big Brother move the entire Xie clan? He saw that Chu Yang's tent had been piled up like a mountain. So, he had no choice but to tidy up the other 2 tents as well. "Brother Chu, how are you going to move so many things?" Xie Danxiong accompanied Chu Yang out and said, "I will prepare a few carriages for you." "No need. I have my own way," Chu Yang smiled and replied. Xie Danxiong handed over a thick stack of gold notes while speaking. "Brother Chu, take this and use it." "What are you doing?" Chu Yang asked in astonishment. "Brother Chu has given our Xie clan a great fortune. The old ancestor has said that he will use the entire treasury in exchange for your mysterious jade ice crystal core. So, this money is naturally yours. We can't take it." Xie Danxiong was very firm. Chu Yang was really helpless this time. "I can take advantage of others, but I can't take advantage of others like this, right?" Xie Danxiong couldn't help but laugh when he saw that Chu Yang was in a difficult position. He said, "Brother Chu, I know that you feel somewhat apologetic in your heart, but you want these things to forge weapons. Haha, to be honest, I'm very curious whether you can forge them or not. Wouldn't it be better if you give me one if you can forge them?" He patted Chu Yang's shoulder and said, "Besides, we still have a long way to go in the future. You want to go to the O clan. The O clan's treasury isn't any worse than ours. So, you will need to bring the banknotes with you." Huh. Chu Yang's mind turned at lightning speed. He took the banknotes and said in a free and easy manner, I won't be polite since Brother Xie has said so. However, he had made up his mind. I won't let the Xie clan pay this money in vain. Brother Xie, can I take a look at your famous concealed weapon, the viburnum flower? Chu Yang asked with interest. Xie Danxiong was startled. He smiled and said, Why not? He took out his weapon as he spoke. He sighed and said, Unfortunately, my viburnum flower hasn't reached the great level yet. Oh? Chu Yang looked at these two petal-like things and pondered with rapt attention. There was a mechanism on the petals that seemed to cause the sharp petals to spin rapidly, forming an indestructible storm that would destroy all enemies in front of it. Xie Danxiong demonstrated for a while and said, That's it. But the secret book I've obtained is somewhat incomplete. Its might isn't small at present, but I still feel that my strength isn't sufficient. So, I can't display its full potential. What viburnum flower? It turns out to be the soul-seizing flower blade. The sword spirit said disdainfully, You know about this thing? Chu Yang asked in surprise. This is the famous weapon of the soul-seizing flower fairy 20,000 years ago. Once the soul-seizing blade is used, all the flowers in the world will lose their color. In a field of colorful rain of flowers, the enemy will be beheaded. It was the #1 hidden weapon at that time. But this Xie guy's training is completely wrong. The sword spirit snorted. Why would I know? I personally developed this thing when I was following the 7th master of Calamity Sword. And I gave it to that guy as a gift to please his concubine. That soul-seizing flower fairy was that guy's concubine. So, do you think I don't know about it? Chu Yang was shocked. So, do you still have this thing? The sword spirit rolled his eyes. Do you want it? Nonsense. I can make it in a moment. But this soul-seizing flower blade is a woman's weapon. But this little guy is clearly a man's weapon. I'm afraid it won't be easy to master it. The sword spirit looked at Xie Danxiong and said, That's his business, Chu Yang said slowly. As long as he has the heart, the feminine can also transform into the masculine. The sword spirit's eyes lit up and he said, The feminine can also transform into the masculine. So, you and I will help him. Whether he succeeds or not depends on his good fortune. Xie Danxiong saw that Chu Yang was holding his viburnum flower and pondering. So, he couldn't help but feel strange. He asked, Brother Chu, is there something wrong? Chu Yang woke up from his contemplation and said, It's not wrong. But when I saw Brother Xie's viburnum flower, I suddenly found it somewhat familiar. I had obtained these two things some time ago, and they were somewhat similar to Brother Xie's viburnum flower. But they weren't exactly the same. Really? Xie Danxiong's eyes lit up. Brother Xie, please wait for a moment. I will go in and take them out, Chu Yang said apologetically. Then, he slipped out of the room and went into his tent. He wasn't going to take them out. Instead, he was going to use some time to let the sword spirit make them. Chu Yang returned after a short while. Xie Danxiong looked at him in astonishment. Chu Yang took out two bud-like things from his bosom and said, Brother Xie, please take a look. These are the things. Xie Danxiong couldn't wait to take them. He turned them over and over and looked at them. Then, he pressed the mechanism below with his hand. The petals suddenly scattered. They looked dreamy and illusory. However, the edges of each petal was shining with a sharp edge. It seemed as if a demon from hell had suddenly drilled out and was blinking its eyes. Xie Danxiong's expression became more and more excited as he looked at them. In the end, his hands started to tremble. Viburnum flower. This is the real viburnum flower. Xie Danxiong grabbed Chu Yang's hand and said, Brother Chu, where did you get this thing? I got it from an ancient tomb. Chu Yang said with difficulty. I remember that there was also a piece of gold leaf with the cultivation method engraved on it. But I thought that this thing was too feminine. So, I didn't practice it. Gold leaf? Cultivation method engraved on it? Xie Danxiong almost fainted. This shocking news had made him so excited that he had forgotten how to make an excited expression. Brother Xie, do you like it? Chu Yang pretended to be pretentious. He had made up his mind to give it to Xie Danxiong. However, he still needed to go through the process. After all, he still needed to justify himself. This was a lie. Like it. I like it very much. Xie Danxiong's eyes contained a pleading look. Brother Chu, this may be the biggest opportunity in my life. Yes, this is it. The sword spirit had finished engraving the gold leaf at this time. This urgent work was indeed very tiring. Then, the sword spirit passed the message in his mind. I can only give him the first part of the cultivation method. His current cultivation is not enough. If he practices the second and third parts, I'm afraid that he will die under this soul-seizing flower blade in a few days. Chu Yang nodded silently. He took out the gold leaf and said, Brother Xie, take a look and see if this is useful. He hadn't finished speaking when Xie Danxiong had already snatched it away. He looked at it eagerly. After a long time, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Yang with a look that made Chu Yang's hair stand on end. Then, he suddenly shouted and rushed forward to hug Chu Yang tightly. He used so much strength that even Chu Yang felt suffocated. Brother Chu, you are my biggest benefactor. Xie Danxiong's eyes were brimming with tears. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. This is the most complete viburnum flower and the most complete cultivation method of viburnum flower. Chu Yang struggled. It's good that it's complete. Let me go first. I won't let you go. Xie Danxiong was almost jumping with joy as he hugged Chu Yang. He held King of Hell Chu so tightly that his eyes rolled back. He suddenly realized that this was inconsistent with his usual elegant image. He embarrassedly released Chu Yang and turned his head to look around. He saw that everyone in the Xie clan was looking at him as if they were looking at a monster. Xie Danxiong scratched his head. He was somewhat embarrassed. His handsome face turned red. Brother Chu? I'm sorry. I was too excited. I couldn't control myself. It's okay. I understand. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. He secretly rubbed his shoulder with his right hand. He thought in his heart, you are too excited. But you are always hugging me. My shoulder is almost dislocated. Brother Chu, this is mine? Xie Danxiong tightly grasped the viburnum flower and the gold leaf. He looked at Chu Yang cautiously and somewhat apprehensively. Yes. Chu Yang nodded. Xie Danxiong almost cheered. He wanted to rush forward and hug Chu Yang again. However, he tried hard to control himself. He didn't lose his self-control, but his handsome face had already turned red. Chu Yang took 2 steps back. He looked at Xie Danxiong vigilantly. Don't hug me. I won't be able to bear it if you hug me again. Xie Danxiong danced with joy as he went home. He repeatedly said, I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight. I must be drunk. He also said, Brother Chu, I didn't treat you well if you don't get drunk. I won't treat you well, but getting you drunk is my greatest sincerity. Is this guy crazy? GMO looked at Xie Danxiong's appearance. He was confused. Could it be that Big Brother Chu emptied his house? And that's why he went crazy? I think so too. Luo Ku Di's complexion was profound. His eyes were deep. There are some signs of that. I remember that there is a kind of disease called epilepsy. Xie Danxiong may be this kind of patient. He's so pitiful. GMO nodded. I also think so. Luo Ku Di nodded. He's like second brother Gu. He's a little dumb. I feel the same. GMO felt that Luo Ku Di had spoken his mind. Both of you, get lost. Gu Duxing flew into a rage. With a kick, both of them flew into the air. The Xie clan held a big banquet that evening. All the high-level members of the Xie clan attended. Even Xie Zhiqiu, who had been living in seclusion for more than 100 years, attended this event for the first time. Xie Zhiqiu announced the alliance between the Xie clan and Minister Chu before the banquet began. He clearly stated that Chu Yang would be an irreplaceable ally of the Xie clan from now on. The Xie clan didn't need to care about any theory or right or wrong as long as it was related to Chu Yang. They would clearly stand on Chu Yang's side. This decision was obviously somewhat crazy. However, Xie Zhiqiu knew that Chu Yang was worth it after he saw the viburnum flower and the mysterious jade ice crystal core. This friendship was worth it. It was worth the Xie clan's effort. Gu Duxing and the others knew that the Xie clan of the Three Heavens would advance and retreat with them from now on. This was tantamount to saying that Chu Yang's goal had taken a big step forward. They didn't know how Chu Yang had done it, but They felt that their future was getting brighter and brighter. Chapter 479. It was a night of revelry. Xie Danxiong had almost gone crazy on this night. He had pulled Chu Yang to a drinking contest. One cup after another, and one jar after another. Xie Danxiong's goal was very obvious, to get Chu Yang drunk. Only by getting Chu Yang drunk could he show his sincerity, his gratitude, and his sincerity. God knows how this thought came to be. Chu Yang had just dealt with a round of people urging him to drink when he saw Xie Danxiong walking drunkenly. Xie Danxiong's eyes were slanted as he staggered over. His handsome face was full of drunkenness that could make a girl jealous. Come, 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 Brother Chu, let's drink. He was burping nonstop, but his heroic spirit hadn't diminished. It won't do if you don't drink. Xie Danxiong was somewhat tongue-tied. This is my secret wine. It's mixed with immortal intoxication. You can't force it out with spiritual power. Come, 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 drink this cup, drink this bowl, drink this jar, drink this jar. I didn't treat you well if you don't get drunk. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. Is there such a thing? You didn't treat me well if I don't get drunk? Well, who's afraid of you if you want to drink? Chu Yang was full of heroic spirit. He suddenly stood up and shouted, Good, let's drink. Let's see how much I can drink today. I'm going to single-handedly challenge the Xie clan. I didn't drink if you don't get drunk. These words had thoroughly ignited the conflict. Everyone from the Xie clan was stunned. Then, they flew into a rage. What did I just hear? This fellow actually wants to compete with our entire family in drinking? Drink him to death. Kill him. Drink him to death. Everyone, let's go together. Line up. The banquet will be over when we get him drunk. Let's go. Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, GMO, and Luo Ku Di had also suffered since Chu Yang had said these words. A few old emperor-level experts had drunk faces as they caught these youngsters. Drink. You don't want to drink? Why don't you try? It didn't take long. Jimo's head heavily fell on the table with a bang sound. Then, he slid down the table like mud. His entire body slid down the table like a snake and lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. After a while, Luo Ku Di had foolishly started to hum. Then, he shouted 3 times in a row, "Awua, awua, awwow." He fell to the ground with a thud, unconscious. After a while, Dong Wushang laughed heartily. He downed 3 jars in a row and collapsed on his back. At the same time, Gu Duxing snuck under the table without a word and started snoring. Imo Qingwu's little lowly jumped left and right, exclaiming, Wow, Brother GMO has fallen. Wow, Brother Little Wolf is also down. Wow, Brother Wu Shang is drunk. Wow, Brother Du Xing is snoring. Wow, Brother Chu Yang is still drinking. The spirit of the Xie clan's people was roused when they saw that Chu Yang was the only one left. Although the Mo clan had sacrificed many experts of the Wine Kingdom in order to indoctrinate Gu Duxing and a few others, they still had the advantage in numbers. However, there was one thing that everyone couldn't understand. This king of Hell Chu is like an extra-large wine vat. No matter how much he drank, he wouldn't get drunk. King of Hell Chu started to get drunk not long after the banquet had started. His eyes were slanted, and he was on the verge of collapsing. But he was still on the verge of collapsing. Even after drinking for so long, he was still on the verge of collapsing. How much did he drink? Bring more wine. Minister Chu shouted. Bring more wine. Minister Chu shouted again. He's the watermark of setting sail. Damn it. Bring all the wine. The Xie clan's people shouted in unison. One at a time. Don't mess around. Minister Chu maintained order. Come, 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 Xie Danxiong. I will start with you. I will drink you down one by one. Come, everyone who is drunk, move them over there and lie down in an orderly manner. Xie Danxiong's nose and mouth were full of wine. He murmured, I will drink you to death. Then, he fell down with a thud. Then, another person came up. Chu Yang downed 3 jars in a row with a bang 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 sound. Then, people came up one after another. Minister Chu didn't refuse anyone. He drank all the wine. Everyone in the Xie clan felt a chill in their hearts. Drinking like this. Is he still a human? Crap, he drank 30 or 40 pounds. Minister Chu's alcohol tolerance wasn't good. This wasn't a secret in Butian Pavilion of Iron Cloud. He would get angry if he drank a little more than 2 or 3 pounds. But the problem was, the sword spirit had made a big wine jar in the tribulation space. He was helplessly looking at the cups and jars of wine. It was like the Milky Way. It was unceasingly pouring into the big wine jar. It was almost full, therefore. He made an extra large one. The sword spirit forced a smile. How can he get drunk like this? He can't get drunk even if he drinks all the wine in the world. This is bullying. However, the people of the Xie clan were drinking the wine one after another. Midnight. Minister Chu roared, "Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else?" All around them, there was a mess of bodies. The only one who wasn't drunk was the ancestor of the Xie clan, Xie Zhiqiu. Xie Zhiqiu forced a smile and slipped away on tiptoe. "I'm so old. I won't go crazy with this bunch of youngsters. Look at this. I'll be in vain if I go up against them." The servants of the Xie clan kept quiet out of fear. They looked at King of Hell Chu as if they were looking at an immortal. Crap. There's no justice in this world. Dozens of people were at the level of a wine immortal, but they were all knocked out by him. And they were still clamoring. I've never heard of such a pervert since ancient times. This isn't ordinary wine. It's mixed with immortal intoxication. It's a wine that can intoxicate a soul. They looked at Chu Yang. This guy can't be judged by common sense. Chu Yang shouted a few times. Then, he finally swayed twice and fell down with a bang sound. He then whispered, "Bring the wine." The minister was drunk. In fact, he was drunk after drinking 5 liters of wine. He was just trying his best not to fall down. Now that his mind was relaxed, the effect of the immortal intoxication took effect, and he couldn't stand. The sword spirit looked at the 4 jars full of wine in the tribulation space. He couldn't help but force a smile. Each jar has 50 liters of wine, right? This guy drank so much, but his belly didn't bulge. How could the Xie clan's people not see it? It was a mess at that time. Who had the time to look at Chu Yang's belly? They just drank. The sword spirit sighed and made a cup. Then, he drank a cup out of curiosity. He suddenly felt dizzy. He swayed twice and cursed, "Fuck. The soul is intoxicated." His grandmother. The sword spirit also fell down. The immortal intoxication targeted the soul. The sword spirit was a wisp of a remnant soul. So, he bore the brunt of it. Therefore, the sword spirit gloriously fell down. With 1 cup, he started to snore. The next day, Chu Yang sleepily opened his eyes. He shook his head twice and felt a little dizzy. Why is it so fragrant? A small head came over from the side. "Brother Chu Yang, you're awake." It was Mo Ching Wu. She was wearing thin pajamas. She popped her head out of the quilt like a kitten and looked at him with concern. "Ching Wu, why are you here?" Chu Yang shook his head. He was still confused. "Why are you in my quilt? You're drunk. I was afraid that you would feel uncomfortable last night. So, I slept with you." The little girl actually knew how to be shy. "Brother Chu Yang, you're so bad. You've scratched my butt until it's swollen. And this is my quilt, not yours, huh?" Chu Yang was shocked. He suddenly sat up and saw that his upper body was naked. He couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly turned to ask Mo Ching Wu, "I didn't do anything, right?" He kept praying in his heart, "Please don't do anything outrageous. Ching Wu is still so young." "Do what?" Mo Ching Wu opened her eyes and looked at him in confusion. "Do what?" Chu Yang blinked, and black lines appeared on his forehead. How to explain? "You didn't do anything?" Mo Ching Wu curiously blinked her big eyes. I didn't drink too much." Chu Yang opened his eyes awkwardly. Then, he suddenly had an idea and said, "I'm so thirsty. You didn't drink too much?" "Humph, you stunk all night." Mo Ching Wu wrinkled her little nose. "Wait, I'll get you some water." She walked barefooted and nimbly ran to get the water back. Chu Yang looked and let out a sigh of relief. "Looks like I didn't do anything last night. I'm finally relieved." After gulping down a few mouthfuls of water, Chu Yang was about to get up and put on his clothes. Little Wu, you go out first. Big brother Chu Yang needs to put on his clothes. Go ahead. Little Luo rested her chin on her hands. You're here. It's inconvenient. Chu Yang was speechless. What's inconvenient about it? Mo Qingwu was very disdainful. She wrinkled her little nose. Just wear yours. Chu Yang was helpless. Suddenly, he thought of a very important question. Last night, who took off my clothes for me? Of course it was me. Little Luo felt a sense of accomplishment, and with pride, she said, other than me, who else could it be? Minister Chu's face instantly turned red. Looks like I'm naked. No clothes? There's even a pair of shorts. Mo Qingwu looked at Chu Yang and suddenly giggled. Big brother Chu Yang, are you shy? Looking at Mo Qingwu's pure eyes, Chu Yang suddenly felt ashamed. Yes, this little girl doesn't know anything. She's serving me sincerely. What's there to be shy about? I'm still thinking too dirty. Lifting the blanket, he got out of bed graciously and smiled. Where are my clothes? Mo Qingwu covered her nose and scurried out. Big brother Chu Yang, I have to say, your feet, last night, I almost died from the smell. Now that you've lifted the blanket, why are your feet so smelly? Minister Chu, who was wearing shorts, was stunned like a wooden chicken. After a while, he let out a strange cry. I was drunk last night and didn't wash my feet. When Chu Yang finished packing and came out of the door, Mo Qingwu immediately darted into the tent nimbly, carried the blanket out, and put it under the sun to dry. Mo Qingwu tied a rope between the two trees. Then, she skillfully draped the quilt over the rope. She looked left and right to make sure that no one was around. Then, she sneakily moved her small nose towards the quilt and sniffed it. She wrinkled her brows and covered her nose. Oh, it stinks. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.